Hello, 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 my lovelies. My name is Aksik, aka Nika, and welcome to my channel. For some reason, we don't seem to. Oh, the chat is here! Yay! I thought maybe something was wrong with my chat, but no. People are here. I was talking to the fan again. I'm sorry. Hi, Atlanta. Hi, Auntie. I hope everybody is doing well. Well, I've had an interesting week, but on the positive side, the weather is finally cooling down a little bit, which is like about time. So who's here? Hi, Jana. Okay, you're doing this, the thumbs up. That is so nice. Thank you. Yeah, it was actually 19 degrees today. It's the coolest it has been for ages. And it was actually lovely outside. It was a bit of a breeze and yeah, it was nice. So, I don't know how long this joy is going to last. Tomorrow it's supposed to be pretty decent as well. We really need rain here. We have hosepipe ban at the moment in the country because of the water reserves. There hasn't been rain for yonks, which for Ireland is kind of mad. So who else has popped in? Oh, hi, Jeanette. Hi, Gail. Very happy to see you here. So yeah, it's been very dry now for longest time. There is hope, I think, at least one of the days, kind of a coming days, that there's going to be a bit of a decent rain. Like technically there was a bit of rain today as well, but it was the faintest drizzle. It was, we were driving around and it was just enough to get the car window slightly, not even properly wet, but you know, sprinkled on. So yeah, we have some relatives over from States, from my husband's mother's side. So they don't come here very often. So we went out for a lovely lunch with them today. So I got away without cooking today. It was nice even for that. Yeah, no, I've been able to have door and windows open the last few days as long as it isn't over 80 and not humid. I don't need the AC. I am surrounded by trees and on the water. Okay, yeah, you're lucky like that then. It was, you know, for Ireland and for my heat tolerance. Yeah, my July has been a bit of a bust because of that. My brains just weren't functioning very well. But yeah, today was pretty lovely. I just loved the fact that the sun wasn't just blasting down on me, and you know, the breeze was lovely. Yeah, it's just nice. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Do we need to cast a rain spell for Ireland? That'd be lovely, Gail. Yes, please. Yes, it is badly needed. Because it was, for a while, the hosepipe ban was only for a couple of counties. But now, this Friday, they changed it, you know, from Friday morning, they changed it to a nationwide one that you're not supposed to, you know, waste, essentially, any water. Yeah, because no rain. Galen. Yeah, but it's not great. I don't really mind. Like I'm not particularly. Well, I'm not a gardener. Let's put it that way. If the lawn isn't perfect, it's the lawn's problem. Let's put it that way. It's just I cope very well. Oh, just in case you have questions, what are you doing, weirdo? Is I don't like how those swirls here, which I did with acrylic marker and just slightly diluted from what I remember. I have the positioning is fine, but they're a bit harsh and too defined for my taste. Kind of like the edges are just kind of sharp. So what I'm doing here is white polychromos and just fuzzing the edges slightly, and maybe taking some little bits of the white smoky thing out here and there as well, like little wisps, so it wouldn't be so defined, just one strong swirl. So we'll see how this is going to work out for me. Might not. I might ruin the whole thing. It's just I wasn't 100% happy how they looked like, and why not then try to change a little bit. So I think I need to put a little bit more white here too. Yeah. Like that. Andrea, you're not feeling great. Oh, I'm sorry. Atlanta, I love dreary and drizzly. Yes, so do I. Oh, I could happily live in dreary and drizzly pretty much all the time. If you look at the post-apocalyptic movies, a lot of them would have exactly the sort of weather I am all for. It's like slightly overcast all the time. Yeah, just my thing. Talking about apocalypse. Andrea, you will just listen most of today. That is perfectly fine. Just take it easy and get better. Atlanta, love what you're doing with that white pencil, and yes, slightly overcast the whole time. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Oh, that would be just my thing. But I do understand that nature does need some sun, so I'm not exactly saying no to the sun. But yeah, my preference is definitely a bit of a gloomier weather. Bit of a gothic vibe, like in this image. That would be moi. Okay, so Anessa, is Muller really part of your name, or is it reference to make it? Oh, okay, sorry, I'm talking about the names. Talking about Apocalypse, I just got new Apocalypse coloring book yesterday by the same illustrator who did Unicorns Are Jerks. Okay, I don't know that book. Yeah, no, I'm like a solar panel. The sun recharges me. I would be happy with summer all year. See, I have quite a lot of friends, or people I know, not just friends, but who are exactly like that, and who super enjoy the fact that it's very sunny and it's just gives them loads of energy and whatnot. And I just am opposite. Can't help either way. Can't help it either way. You are what you are. Oh. So yeah, just building those swirls a little bit and fuzzying the edges so they would look a bit more interesting. Atlanta, I did a video about Unicorns Jerks. My ex-fiance gave it to me back in 2014. I need to check out that video. That sounds like such a cool book. Filtered light, see Japanese cuisine, dreary, drizzly weather. It's a vibe. Yes, precisely. Auntie, yes, you are so smart. Oh, hi, Alex. The sun commits acts of rage on my neon white skin. Not a fan. And I'm not even that neon white. My kids are, and so is my husband. I grew up essentially on a beach, and when I was younger, I was mostly fine with sun. As I said, grew up on the beach. My our house was essentially like, I don't know, walking distance would have been maybe 10 minutes. With the bicycle, which was the usual case, you got to the beach in less than 5 minutes sometimes, or 5 minutes maybe. It was very, very close. And it was a lovely white sand beach, like proper sandy beach. Really nice. And I, grew up making sandcastles, which is why my skin is so messed up as well, because because nobody had, if they had heard of sunscreen, it was like, only weaklings use that sort of stuff. You want to be as brown as possible. So you essentially fried yourself. Yeah, so it was not good for me in the long run. So at the moment, I can't, even if I wanted to be in the sun, I would need to cover myself up from head to toe, because I'm just covered in birthmarks and all sorts of stuff, which is all result of the misspent youth. But what I started talking about was actually, my husband being very Irish, and my kids being almost as Irish as him, half and half. We were on the beach, and if on the beach, I remember going to get ice cream for him and for the kids. And as I was walking, it was full beach and a very sunny day, loads of people on the beach. And I had no problem locating my husband, who was standing next to the kids, because he literally glowed. He was so white. He was just glowing. I've always loved that, he's almost transparent. uh, oh, hi, Lucy. Hi. Atlanta, I have a personal complexion as verified by my dermatologist, and finally, at my age, I'm proud of it. Yeah, I wish I was more proud of it when I was a kid. I have a slightly yellowish undertone to my skin, and I do actually tan pretty well if I go for it. But I do also, I get a tan, and then it just comes, I'm for a short while, I can get really dark, and then it just kind of, not even aggressively, but it just comes off pretty fast. I don't stay tanned for very long. I'm Nessie the cryptid from Scotland. Atlanta, I grew up an hour from the Pacific Ocean, but it was San Francisco Ocean Beach. It was cold and drizzly. No, ours was, at least on the warm days of summer, really lovely. You just turned tan. You're one of those people who pretty much, poof, turns tan. Yeah. I wish it was like that. In my case, it definitely damaged my skin. Oh, hi, Crafty Mama Bear. Rachel, hi. I got a terrible sunburn, says Ilex, when I was 8. My skin blistered and peeled, and I spent days in agony. Ouch. I've never had it that bad. I guess because I was just growing up on the beach, and I was seasoned. It was over 20 years ago, but it still haunts me. Oh. Yeah, see, maybe it just, I don't know how. My mom did have, if you're on the beach and if kids were in the sun, she would make us, well, me, because I was the only kid essentially, but if there were other kids there, she would make sure that we would be wearing hats of some sort, because nobody cared about sunburn, or, it was just, you just put some like sour cream on it in the evening and you'll be fine, or aloe vera. It was like, you're fine. It just turns brown. You're great. But, if you get a bit pink or whatever. But sunstroke, they were careful and mindful about that. So the hats were kept on if you were spending a day on the beach or, in the sun. Auntie, I burned to crisp and I shed my skin like a lizard. And then I have the barest hint of a tan. Yeah, no, when I was a kid, the only time I'd go inside was use bathroom. Yeah. Rachel, I sound like your husband. I'm German and Irish. I just burn even in the shade. Yeah, he does eventually kind of get a bit of a tan, but that tan it is kind of a hint of a tan. And even then it looks more red than brown, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he doesn't really. He's very, very white. And so are my kids. Like, both of them are very white. Gail, I have a Scottish blue tone skin. Hint of a lobster if I catch the sun. Well, then, yeah, you could pretty much be the same as my hubby and my kids. Yeah. I'm kind of glad that nowadays this baking and, excessive tan isn't that much in fashion anymore, that it's not an obligatory thing in the summer to get really, really brown. It was really unhealthy thing. Oh, Britton, you have freckles on them. You have strawberry blonde. Oh, I love freckles. I would actually love to have freckles. I get a little bit on the skin, in the sun. Like if I spend a lot of time in the sun, which I don't nowadays, but if I did, I get like slight sprinkling on my nose. That's the only place. But my kids get more, and so does my hubby. In the sun, they get a bit freckles, more freckles than I do, which I really love. I think freckles are the cutest thing. Third ex-wife to kids. Lucy, you walk into the grocery store, so you'll be lurking. Oh, get something nice. I got myself a watermelon today, but I haven't cut it open yet, so I don't know if it's going to be a happy surprise or annoying surprise. Hi, Lex. He's on wife number 4. Wow, stamina. Some people they're like, I wouldn't have energy. Like, that's a lot of work having so many partners and so many kids. Like, why would you subject yourself to that? Maybe it's just my innate laziness talking, but it's like, like I couldn't even imagine ever like cheating on your husband or stuff like that. It's like the work and the effort, not just the ethical side of it, which is ew, but just who the hell would be bothered? This is so much work and sneaking around and so much stress, and why would you subject yourself to that? Britton, you got sunburnt. Okay. When you were younger as a kid and teenager. Atlanta, I mean, I have one ex-husband and one ex-fiance and 3 ex-boyfriends, so I shouldn't point any fingers. Oh, Amy, hi. I'm mixed. I tan, but my husband's heritage is Welsh and German, and he's redhead. Auntie, I come from hearty German and English farming folk. I can just imagine you with a pitchfork now. Sorry. I should never ever allow the sun to touch my skin, but I can't keep myself from digging in the dirt. Amy's freckles connect. Jeanette, I had a heat stroke my first year at the college. We just lay in the sun all day revising. Didn't know it was important to drink, and used oil. Yeah, we did that as well. We used coconut oil or special tanning oil on our skin to make sure that it was really nice and crisp, that it would bake well. It would just attract the sun even more. Gosh, we were idiots back then. Well, we didn't really know better, let's put it that way. It wasn't really, nobody explained that much. So, how would we have known? I think it looks a bit better if I made it a bit more wispy like that. Ilex, you're Cajun and Irish. That, yeah, possibly a bit Scottish. Yeah, we're all interesting mix of ethnicities, and even geographically, like putting us together has been interesting. I suspect that my blood in that sense is like, I would love to be more of a, I don't know if it sounds wrong in this situation, but I would love to have more of a mixed heritage, but I'm so very Estonian. There's nothing else there for generations and generations and generations. I have looked at the tree. My mom put together a tree. There's like Estonians going back for centuries. Which makes it really weird, the fact that I have dark hair and dark eyes. So technically thinking about, if you go by the stereotypical Estonian, or considering how Estonian my heritage is that I should have more of a blonde, even lighter skin, and I should be blonde and blue-eyed or gray-eyed, but no, I'm actually quite dark, relatively. I had after I had before sunburnt in my. Okay. Oh, Cindy, hi, Cindy. Good morning to you too. Jeanette, you agree about the cheating? I was like, who's bothered? Why would you subject yourself to that? Ilex, to be fair, he only has 4 kids. 2 with his first wife, 2 with his second. He had 2 stepdaughters with wife number 3. But it's still 6 kids then. But with the wife 4, he only has a dog and some goats. Well, yeah, the guy is starting to calm down. Dog and some goats. That actually sounds fun. Dog and some goats. I could deal with that. Gail, I couldn't cheat. Way too much energy needed. Exactly. Amy, my husband's ex has been married 6 times. Wow, he was number 2. She's exhausting. I can only imagine. That would just, oh, no. Auntie, Chris, do you have a deep love for potatoes? Atlanta, I only have 1 kid with my ex-husband. I was only married once. Too much work. Lucy, how people have energy to sneak around is beyond me. Exactly. I have better things to do with my time, thank you very much. It's like, there has to be something that... lazy me could never. The wispy looks better. Thank you, Jana. I think too. I think it adds, and also, it doesn't look like very, very straight swathes of something. It does look like some wispy kind of a magic. I will probably add some extra dots here and there as well. I need to color the butterflies. I haven't colored the butterflies, and then I need to sort out the glow of these a bit as well, because at the moment it's a bit rough, and so on. Tiller comes with my love from farming sims. Okay. Gail, I'm not a lover of potatoes. I'm odd. Consider I'm lover of potatoes. I eat them. I wouldn't be mad about them. And I'm coming from a country like Estonians. Literally, when they speak slightly derogatory about their own country, they say potato republic. So very, very potato orientated diet as well. And of course, Ireland, like Ireland is all about potatoes. Atlanta, I have dark hair from the Italian side, but fair skin from the Russian side. Okay, my mom is olive. Genetics are very interesting. Yes, they are. Yeah, no, me too. A true Latvian with a bit of Russian, as my parental grandmother was Russian. Strong like a bull, make good wife in my best Russian accent. Strong like a bull, make good wife. Yeah, oh, I was pretty much the same. I've never had speed. Like, I was not in that sense athletic in the school at all. But I've always had strength. I was actually quite flexible as far as, if you had to do stuff for gymnastics or whatever in the PE. I was good at these, but I was never good at anything that required speed or kind of a type of a running stamina or that sort of a thing. But if it was just kind of a pure strength that was needed, or endurance in a sense that, one thing is, you run for an hour or, half an hour, and, you get stitches or, you don't last very well. But if somebody put me on the field, working on something or just lifting heavy things for a long period of time, I would have lasted for ages and ages. It's just a different sort of endurance and stamina, and I had that. I was told that regarding my kind of a darker complexion, well, it's not really dark, but it does have a bit of a yellow undertone. As I said, my hair is very dark and my eyes are dark brown. They were saying that one of my great-great-grandfathers came from Estonian islands, and those Estonian islands were essentially kind of, they were like Estonian Vikings in a way, there was a fair bit of robbing the ships or, kind of also, or going to some raids to neighboring countries, which they did also. And it's Saaremaa. There's actually, stories about Estonian Vikings. Not very much left, but, there's some. And also, there would have been a lot of shipwrecks around the area, and sometimes people who escaped those shipwrecks kind of made their home on those islands eventually. So there is a suspicion that there might have been somebody, a bit of a darker complexion, maybe who essentially kind of assimilated into our long ago family, which I just don't know about because that branch of a family we can't really trace very well. I dated 3 guys before meeting my fiancé. We've been together for 12 years. That's good going. My English ancestors had the surname Ingham, which means town, I believe. My German ancestors were named Voivod, which I'm pretty sure means hilariously unpronounceable. Well, I've had a lot of kind of relationships in my 20s. Some very short, some longer. I've had long-term boyfriends also. Not too many, but, I've had some. I've also on my second husband. But my first marriage was more of a smokescreen type of a marriage. I had a very good friend who was gay. And back in the time, the being gay was not really a thing, especially, in the area I was working. Like, you could get pretty badly. Yeah, it wasn't a good thing. It was rough. So we did this big public, like my face and, we both are a bit, decently known. So we did big public marriage thing. And yeah, I was married technically. But in reality, my current husband is actually my first husband. Oh, hi, Patricia. Hi, how are you? Anessa, my grandmother was born in Croatia with very dark skin, nappy hair. We don't really know her origin story. I have a porous hair type from her. Okay. My hair has a bit of a very, very soft wave to it. It's not like ramrod straight, let's put it that way. Fascinating. Annika painting with Lloyd did some Viking junk journals live. Oh, that's cool. I should check it out. Ilex, Vikings were apparently everywhere. Once read a story where all these Norsemen had violently Italian names. Yeah. There's like, Estonian Vikings. Or Vikings is essentially, it's not a nationality, it's not ethnicity, it's a job. Viking literally means raiding. We're going raiding, we're going a Viking. So it's not that, all Vikings were, I don't know, Norse, or that they were, necessarily from Norway or Denmark or Sweden. They just all went raiding. So, and that word stuck. So, and then I have some Scandinavian in me along with the Italian. Okay. Jeanette, that was very kind of you. What? Oh, the marriage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were, kind of very good friends. We worked together also. We were like constantly, traveling together anyway. So it was very easy to kind of, play out the whole shebang. You were his beard, Annika. Yeah, I was his beard. Chris, Auntie Annika, nobody who isn't a voivode has ever pronounced voivode correctly. You're the first. Well, something to be proud of. I think it's because I have some clue about how German names, and also it would be very Estonian way of pronounce things, basically phonetically. Alex, you were in an actual lavender marriage? Yes, I was, Alex, yes. Gail, oh, Annika, that's a beautiful thing. Well, thank you. I'd never really thought it was beautiful. It was just a normal, I don't know. It was my friend, and we also had a good laugh. I had proper wedding day and everything, but, all proper, I'm not wearing the kind of the big caked style of a dress. I had kind of a slightly gold tinted dress with a specially designed jacket on top, and I had lovely hair. We had really fun. I had really fun hairdresser then, and we had fantastic time. We went for even honeymoon. Well, we went just for holiday, let's put it that way. Great time. I wonder if you could equate a lavender marriage to a green card marriage. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Maybe to make someone's life easier in that sense, yes. But it wouldn't be exactly the same. In a way, maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought of it in these terms. And it's always been like, it's kind of a like fun detail. And we even we even rented apartment together for a while. We had to make sure that it was big enough, and kind of our bedrooms were on the opposite sides of the apartment, so we could cope with each other. We rented apartment together, and my parents were very well aware, that that's what it was. My mom was very chill with it. Like, she was chill with most of that sort of thing. Like, she could be crazy bigoted about some things and very, very chill and very relaxed about some other things. And she happened to be luckily very chill. She would have preferred, of course, if I had properly married and, had a partner and kids and stuff like that. But, she was fine. My dad didn't really like the idea very much, but, well, it wasn't their life. Yes, it's common for Gen Z women to marry their friends for green cards. I don't think it's just Gen Z. I think it's been happening in the previous generations as well, hasn't it? The green card marriages. No? Like today, gay marriage is illegal, but there are a lot of people here illegally. Oh, okay, yeah. Atlanta, I'm looking, my parents are uber progressive. They were not uber progressive in that sense. My mom was tolerant of many, many things, but at the same time, she could be quite, some things she would say about people with anything to do with mental differences or, kind of a neurospiciness, as we would call it now, in a sense, and she would not like get that at all. She would, yeah, call people some not very nice names, that sort of a thing. So, yeah, she was doing well, and also, like, racism was a thing. And racism was, it's really weird because it's otherness that was a thing. I grew up in a society that literally did not have black people. It's not even that we were racist. It's just if we actually were exposed to somebody whose skin color was totally different, then people would stare because it was super rare. Even like in the movies, like we weren't exposed much, for example, to Western movies. Very few of them were brought in, and they had to be either like totally soapy entertainment or something anti-capitalist type of a thing. But even then, they weren't like, even these movies, you wouldn't have too many black people. So even in the movies, you didn't really see them much, or if they were there, they were like entered like a bit of an exotic thing, a token black person here. It was racist as hell. If you look at it now, it's like you really cringe. In Estonia, there was essentially one black kid everybody knew, basically no other ones, but there was one who lived in Tallinn, and she had met her whatever boyfriend, but she was studying in Moscow or Leningrad, St. Petersburg. Back then it was Leningrad, in a university, and the boyfriend or whatever, she had met the baby dad. She had met as an exchange student there. I don't know, where he was from or whatever. Anyway, they didn't stay together, but she ended up having his baby. And then that kid, anytime there was a need for a black kid or, something exotic in a TV programs or movies in Estonia, there was that one kid or that was just inserted in there, or there would be absolutely rampant blackface all over the place. Someone tried to get me marry him in a green card marriage when I was 19 or 20, and I said no way. Okay. My parents are pro-gay rights, but I was born and raised in San Francisco. Yeah, there was no such thing as gay rights back then. We had just exited a society when you would go into prison if you were gay. Because in Soviet Union, that was literally illegal. Not just, you would literally go to prison if it was, properly like discovered and it was public enough, things were exposed. You would be arrested. So gay rights, and even, if the society exits that sort of a mindset, and it has been there for like 50 years, it is very hard for it to kind of turn around 180 degrees and, totally become progressive. It takes time. Right? Xenophobia, fear of aliens. Yeah. I have absolutely no idea of how accepting my parents would be if they were still here. They died thinking that they had a daughter who liked men. Well, that's harsh. Yeah. And she was not a bad person. If you say about my mom or whatever, or things that were said. Uh, she was not a bad person. She just, there was certain areas that people were just ignorant in. And the ignorance often can't be fought with harsh words or just, saying you're wrong and just expecting other person to say, oh yeah, sure, of course I'm wrong. Like, it's often very hard for people to change mindsets that have been there for decades and decades. So, yeah, they kind of tried kind of gently here and there, change the way things were perceived, but it has gotten a lot better now, but still I find it, even compared to Ireland, well, Ireland has gotten a lot better, but Estonia is still a way more misogynistic society. Atlanta, I mean the society, Russian society. I'm a bit familiar with it from my church. Okay. I know I've seen that in movies in Europe. It used to be legal to be gay, like the guy who was the code breaker. Oh yeah. Yeah, Turning. Alan Turning. Yeah. Turing, not Turning. That's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, Turing. That his story was so tragic. They used him and then pretty much discarded him. It's horrible. Because, whole that movie, you don't really see the most awful parts of it. But yeah. So. Okie doke. I think I'm getting close to now. I don't think I need to put much more fuzziness around it. Auntie Alex, they might have surprised you. My 90-year-old very religious grandma was unexpectedly super cool about that. Kind of like Oppenheimer's story, used and discarded. Yes. Yes. That's your daughter, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm a perfect parent by any means. I am very, very far from it. But that's one of the things, like, I'm absolutely, like, whatever, however they decide to express themselves, whatever their, whatever sexuality or, interest they are, whatever religion they decide to go with or whatever. Like, I was very much in Ireland, it's very much a thing that it's very Catholic. So or the first communion and confirmation are both almost like a school subjects. You essentially, that's almost a part of a curriculum. You're prepared for that in the school. And you can nowadays opt out if you want to, but it's essentially a school thing. And it's a big thing. It's huge. Big family events, and it's very important, especially to older relatives, that the kids do it. And with the first communion, I kind of asked them, but they both wanted to do it, because I was like, I'm not forcing. If you want to do it, you do it, and I'll go through the whole thing with you, will do everything as needed. But if you don't want to do it, then just tell me, and I'm behind that one as well. And they both wanted to do the first communion. They were very young, and at that stage, it's not that much about the religion itself. Young kid doesn't really think in those terms. They think of the terms, it's going to be, a cool day. I'm going to be dressing up. I'm, doing this churching with all my friends. And then there's going to be a dinner or party afterwards, and relatives will give me money and gifts and that sort of a thing. So that was like, having another birthday. So they both did that. But then when the confirmation time came, I asked them again, and my son said, no, he doesn't want to do that. And was like, okay, that's fine, absolutely fine. And I could, my mother-in-law was not happy about that. But yeah, we kind of, if religion is not something that should be decided for you, it is something that if he in 5 years decides that, no, I am actually going to be Catholic and I do want to do that, then that's fine too. Or if he decides that he wants to be whatever religion, that is okay too. As long as he's not hurting anybody with it, why should it be my decision, what he does, what he believes in? She started out as my son for a while. She was my dysphoric non-binary offspring. Okay, I didn't realize that. Atlanta, my parents let me choose my own religion, and they wouldn't have cared if I was gay. Yeah, that makes sense. I have a lot of trans friends. We kind of are drawn to each other. I left church when I was 17. I grew up Pentecostal. Okay, I need to research that because I have to say I do not know much about that. Gail, I'm so glad you were all such kind and accepting souls in there. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm super glad about that. According to the BITE model, Pentecostalism is a bona fide cult. Really? Like, I need to research that because I haven't really looked into that. Like, I know that I've heard of it vaguely from somewhere, but I never really stepped in and actually researched it. Atlanta, I was going to say, Gail, I recognize I grew up with privilege in having liberal parents where it comes to religion and sexual orientation. Yeah. Cindy, I was asked to leave Sunday school when I was 4. I've never been tolerant of religion. Yeah, neither was I. I'm not religious. It doesn't somehow fit. I can't, no, it doesn't work for my brain. But I'm not like militant about it. I'm more of an agnostic than anything else. So organized religion isn't my thing, let's put it that way, more so than I don't even know about religion. Religion I imagine it can be a lot of comfort for people. It's almost like a security. And in that sense, if it's helpful, if it helps people cope with uncertainty of life somewhat better, then good for them. It's the church that I often have issues with, and organized religion, and how they become militant and intolerant towards anybody who has different beliefs. So, Cindy, wow, I taught Sunday school to preschoolers for a couple of years. I agree that religion and worship, not necessarily the same thing, are deeply personal. It's extraordinary and lovely, the open-mindedness, yeah. The BITE model is a sort of checklist to see if religion is cult-like. Oh, cool. Tricia, I'm glad you separated religion and worship, as worship is what is hard for me. Yeah. By the time I was 6, I asked, so where did Cain's wife come? Yeah, I had the same thing. Myself and Bible were kind of weird things. Firstly, when I grew up, in a society. Church did exist, but it was separate from a state, and it was very much frowned upon as far as authorities went. The church can be triumphalistic and thinking that all people need to be saved and that Christian life is the best life. That's a conservative view. Not all hold it. Yeah. Worshipping and faith are a personal thing and should be an adult thing. No churches and institutions. I think they should pay taxes, yes, and not have any finger on the judicial or executive systems, yes. Atlanta, my dad is Russian Jew and my mom is Roman Catholic, and my parents let me choose my own religion. Lucy, I 100% agree with what you said. Berserkers worked into the frenzy. Okay, similar frenzies, but for Jesus. Okay, then isn't the Fourth Day Adventist or something like that? Don't they have those frenzies as well? I don't know. Like, yeah. So in case you're wondering what I'm doing here, I feel that this edge is kind of sharp. So what I'm thinking, I'm taking this darkish pencil. No, I need something slightly more close to the color that is underneath there. And I want to soften that edge a little bit inwards. So yeah, I don't cope with organized religion very well. Mainly because it often breeds intolerance, which obviously I'm not a fan of. Okay, so I need pencils. I didn't really have pencils. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out something to see if I can find something that fits. I have this box next to me. Would that work? I think that might work. They also believe in rigid gender roles and modesty. No jewelry, no makeup, nothing remotely fabulous. Long hair for women and short hair for men. Also speaking gibberish for Jesus. Yeah, no, I follow Native American spirituality. It's non-judgmental, critical. The belief is that people, the church, to talk about God, we go into the lodge and talk with Tankashila. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Tunkashila or Tankashila. Great Spirit. Yeah, Ilex, that is what scared me at the Pentecostal service, and the laying on hands and pushing someone to the ground. It was like, nope. That actually sounds frightening. Ilex, it does sound a bit like Mormons, also like Adventists a bit. So I think it's what I mean is the Fourth Day Adventist. I'm not 100% sure if that's the correct one. I'm just softening that line here slightly. I just feel that it's a little bit sharp. It won't take long. I'm just going over it. Then I need to do them butterflies. Yes, son?
Can you for a second?
Mute. Sorry, I'm going to mute the microphone for a second. My son wants to have a quick chat. Sorry, people. Had to have a quick word with Killian. He needs my car. He passed the test, as I've said before, so he now can actually drive on his own. We have his insurance sorted and everything. Alex, but we had Sunday school and we got coffee and cookies, so I cooked. This page is looking dreamy. Thank you, Jana. That's what I'm trying to get to eventually. I'm trying to make it more and more dreamy. Maybe add some extra highlights here and there. Just creating that a bit of a softening around the edges here, though, so it wouldn't be so harsh. The cut from the blue dress into this dark blue background. It's just like I'm not working hugely on it, just a little bit of that. Yeah, that already I think looks a bit better. Chris, my family are Reformed Church, and technically I'm Lutheran. If I go by, that I was at some stage christened, but that was more so. See, what I started saying is when I grew up, church was a no-no. It was very unpopular. The state was, like, technically it wasn't illegal, but it was very hard, frowned upon. You were kind of not exactly followed, but people who were in church, they were kind of well known that they are going to church. It was considered weird. Estonians still kind of consider Estonians by their nature are not very religious people. It's very hard for Estonians most of Estonians anyway, religions don't do terribly well there in a sense. We just not by nature, we're very, very cynical. So we don't do well with religions. That added to the fact that Soviet Union was pretty much anti-religion. Religion is a poison for masses. Famous words by Mr. Vladimir Lenin. So we weren't really, it's not something that was not exactly allowed, but yeah, pretty much allowed. And then when Soviet Union was starting to break apart and the countries were starting to trying to reclaim themselves and their history and their freedom and breaking apart, then people became, for a brief period, super invested in church because it was one of the forms of protest, funnily enough. Actually starting to go to church. So suddenly people were going to church, and suddenly people who had lived 50 years without any religion is like, we got christened. And during that period, I actually got christened as well, and I had my confirmation as well. Pretty much they happened very close to each other. So technically both myself and my brother are christened, and we are Lutherans, but I'm not really a church-going person at all. For me, search of origin and faith are closely tied subjects, says Nessa. It's important to me and something I actively engage. That, I get that. Auntie Onika, my first was finally licensed to drive. It was the best day ever. Here are the keys. Here's my debit card. Go do these things. Yeah. And he started his job. He was looking for job for ages, and he had one kind of lined up, but he needed to finish certain trainings, and there was just bits and pieces that needed to be done and sorted. But finally, he this week actually started on his job. Well, he's still at the moment, kind of settling in and learning. But hopefully it's something that works out for him. He wasn't interested in going into university. He just, he doesn't feel or want to be a very academic person. He's, by the way, super, super smart and super talented. Like, if we go by brain power, you know, for all the tests they had to take, he was always like in the 5th percentile, you know, in the country, kind of and you know, he was recommended, and he went to those university outreach programs for young kids, for, they actually call it for talented youth. What was called again? It's basically a program for talented youth. Universities run it. They give different subjects, you know, kind of like courses. They're usually 12 weeks or 16-week long courses. You go there on Saturdays, and they are essentially taking a university course, but you know, they do it at the age of like from, I think it started from the age of 8 or something like that. So yeah, you know, super smart, but he just isn't into academic approach, or you know, he didn't want to go to uni. Maybe he will change eventually his mind, but you know, he was looking then for a job, and that in a current economy and everything kind of was not easy. But yeah, he found, and hope now something, and hopefully it, you know, it works for him. I like being agnostic simply means you're unsure, you're admitting you could be wrong, which honestly I think how all people should be. That's what exactly what I mean by agnostic, that I don't know. I generally don't, like, nothing can prove to me one way or another, and you know, for my type of a mind, you need to show me a little bit more proof for me to go anywhere or lean any direction. Char, he said, love and treating people as you would be treated, and set aside a day to rest, to connect with the God and rest of our simplified to all religious stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not atheist. No, I can't say that. My husband is mostly atheist, but I'm agnostic. I just don't know, one way or another. I just try to be tolerant to pretty much, you know, every possible school of thought out there, and you know, let my kids do the same, whichever direction they want to take. Lucy, if I were to label myself, I would consider myself spiritual. I believe in nature, in the universe, in spirituality, but some dude in the sky, nope. Yeah. And as the authenticity is important to me, I need to feel it deep down in my soul to believe. Yes, and it is very hard to get that depth of belief into me. Atlanta, I like the idea that God became man to have the human experience. The idea, yes, is there, but it's just, you know, also enough no demons and angels are, or that the spirit realms are places of battlefield. Okay, sure. Sure, indeed, I find that Christ is often wasted on Christians. Oh, Chris.
Religion?
Yeah, we're talking about religion. I don't even know how we landed on it. But for more about, you know, the principles and, you know, and also tolerance. To me, it's more about conversation about tolerance. I don't know how we got that deep into the religion talk. It's just tolerance for different beliefs. It shows Christ and sad you have to say your focus on Jesus, because Christians' beliefs have been mixed with nonsense that have nothing to do with heaven or God or Jesus. Atlanta, for me, God was more real than my parents when I was a young child. But again, my experience, not to be imposed on anybody else. And that's absolutely fine. Atlanta, yes, Torrance, maybe the talk about gay rights led to religion, yes. Estonian Catholic formation, Thunderhood. I would probably be agnostic. Alex, honestly, not a fan of Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, I get what you're where you're coming from. Then again, most religions, most organized religions have caused upheaval in some form or another. And, have shown to be intolerant, shown themselves to be intolerant towards other belief systems. So I would just, it's okay to believe whatever you believe. Just don't ostracize people who believe different. That's it, Cindy, what did Cindy say? I am the sort that finds idea of rejecting something that doesn't exist is a ridiculous idea. Yeah, I get it. Okay, where did I'm losing bits now here again. I need to find some pencils here. So you keep the chat going. I'm gonna go and find the pencils. Because I need something to do those butterflies with. So I don't need much, but I do need some pencils. Huh. I think the person who invented chairs with wheels deserves much more credit than they probably get. Because it's an awesome invention. My dad would take me out on the boat in the middle of the lake and tell me this is church. I get that. Yes. Amy, where are you? In my view, if you accept one creator, then you have to accept creators. Creator and creators. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. If something was created, then they had to be created. So it just goes on endlessly, like a loop. Creators all the way up. Sorry. Atlanta, belief is very powerful no matter what it is. Belief in science is a belief, and I don't see conflicts between science and religion. Yeah, I'm not arguing that point, by the way. Okay, so somehow I picked up these pencils, which are not good for that, actually, because I need something that isn't very, has a bit of a finer point. I might take the Pro Colors and see how they work out for me on this paper. I haven't tried Pro Colors on this paper, so first time for everything. I also was influenced by Native American spirituality, have had things passed down to me. There's just so much Christianity that was programmed to go out and spread the word, yeah, all the crusade mentality, that when you find a Christian capable of understanding religious pluralism, it's like finding a unicorn. That's also, why does anything exist? What is the reason, purpose? Isn't it easier and more likely for there just to be nothing? We need more info on origins. Gosh, I wish it was just available. We need more info. There we go. There's the info. Sorry, I got a little bit closer for you. So, okay. And I'm going to put the pencils here. Gosh, I love the Pro colors. They are so nice. Okay, this is the drawing. Where's my Pro color chart? I had it here as well. Keep losing things. Yeah, I have 2 charts for drawing pencils here. Where did I put the Pro color chart? Does this one have a pocket? No, because sometimes I stick it into the pocket, but if it's... No. Okay, well, there's none. We just go by eye. Ilex, unicorns are more believable creatures than giraffes, if you think about it. A horse with a horn versus a leopard camel with a 20-foot long neck. That is actually, yeah. It makes sense, Ilex. Atlanta, you identified with unicorns. I prefer alicorn. That is an awesome name. It all exists so we can color it. Precisely. That's how I really love studying world origin stories. Oh, mythology. One of my big, like, I should actually go into it more again. I, at some stage, was knee deep in any mythology or folklore I could get my hands on. Sadly, I haven't been as vigilant about that as I used to be. So things like I would need refreshers. But yeah, I'm still big into it. One area that I am not very good at all, well, first any African mythology, we just didn't have any sources, especially, at the age I was heavily into it. I could not find many sources about that, things that I could read and find info out. Yeah, it was very hard to find anything, especially back then when I was, well, I started reading Russian fairly early, so even in Russian I couldn't really find much. Because the problem with reading only in Estonian is that Estonian is a small language. And obviously, it's expensive to publish and translate a book. And it's only made slightly less expensive by having a lot of people who would buy that book, which means you need big population to make it work. Otherwise, the books are going to be crazy expensive, which they were. Estonian language books are going to be always quite expensive, just for the reason that you can't sell as many of them as you could sell English language books. Maybe have a look what you're talking about there. Yeah, no, my 70-year-old Siamese is wanting what I am putting in her bowl, and I am not going to the store and figure out what she will eat. Buck up, Buttercup. What is in the bowl is not going to change tonight. My favorite cryptid is from South Africa, the Grootslang, the snake elephant. Ooh, that's on one of Kirby books as well, isn't it? The horn is Uni, the wings Pegasus. Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell are great sources. I was lucky to have access to the books as a teen, both at home and at the library. Oh. Anyone? If you have Kirby's Mythic Words, there is one in that book. Yeah, I kind of remember that before you said. Momo tried to eat some of my mini Kaiser roll this morning. She made me give her a piece. Aww. Snake elephant reminds me of a cartoon that shows a snake that swallowed an elephant, making a dinosaur. Yeah. And another mythology that I'm kind of still a bit poor is all the native cultures in kind of South America and like also Mexico and Brazil and such, or the kind of original cultures, especially because a lot of those, even if I have read some, but because the names are so hard for me to pronounce that I never remember them. It's like I kind of, I used to know the name of the feathered snake so well, but can't think of it now again. I've looked it up so many times, and every time I have to go and look it up again because those names are just twisting my brain. They don't sit into my brain very easily. Oh, good night, Jeanette. Well, friends, it's time for me to say good night. Lots of interesting and serious subjects in chat today. You love Naga, you drew one. That is cool. The barbarous Americas. Quetzal something? It wasn't just Quetzal, the name was way longer than that. It just went on. So. But I used to be way better at some stage, like Egyptian mythology as well. Of course, Egyptian mythology, to think that we know huge amounts about it is a bit of a stretch, because if you think how long the period was, and how things shift and change, it's actually very hard to even say, that god was, for this purpose, or they shifted, they changed, things got mixed up, the purposes of gods occasionally changed, and so on. So it's very hard to actually say with absolute surety how things were. Okay. I have to say that Pro Color isn't bad on this paper. Yeah, it's going down all right. This is a really nice color, the grape color. Durban grape is just wonderful color. That's a good point, Annika, about Egyptian mythology. Yes, it just shifts so much that you don't really know, the facts that you think might be true from one era in certain region. It's a big area. Things were even different, even like the purposes of the gods and the professions of the gods even shifted and changed, and the same job was done by different gods, even in the same era, but in different regions of Egypt. So yeah, I'm considering how long the history was, it's very hard to say that. Yeah, I think that actually is not bad. Now I need some green as well, dark green. Another African creature I love is the Kishi from Angola. They look like handsome men, but they have hyena faces growing out of the backs of their heads. And they eat people. Of course they do. My favorite Egyptian god is Thoth. Yara is the easiest mythological name. Alex, yes, no pronunciation of the U. sketch. Yara is the mermaid, right, Lucy? Planta is from Greek mythology. Maybe that's why I have had lifelong interest in. Yes, I know. The famous running princess. Yeah, I really love this page. Thank you. Thank you. I'm kind of, it's growing on me now more. There were some bits that were niggling me. I didn't really like how the smoke was at first, but it's getting better now. So I need to put some green onto the butterflies as well. Then I need to fix that glow a little bit, and then I can lean into gel pens and possibly a little bit, maybe a little bit of acrylic marker, but not huge amount. Need to cut like a magical moonlit night. Thank you. Brazil also has Mapinguari, which is weird and fantastic. Much of history is not recorded or recorded and lost. That is, Ilax, the page is stunning. Thank you. Oh, the yokai, the Japanese demon gods, they are so cool, and they have something for everything. Like, they have demons for almost absurd things. It's like, what? Patricia, do you have any other Derwent pencils? I'm curious to know how they compare. My fave pencils are polychromos, but I'm open to trying some Derwent pencils outside the Derwent family. Okay, do you like polychromos? Are you more into harder pencil, or are you more into, do you want to try something softer? Pro colors are fantastic, but they are demanding on paper. They don't like some papers. They are a harder pencil. They are very much layering pencils. These ones are like butter. They are amazing. They are fantastic, but they can be hard to do small details. They are Derwent drawing pencils because the core is so thick. Yeah, some of them are pretty worn down. Sorry, I'm showing you things that are not in the shot. So yeah, I'm talking about pro colors. So these ones, hard but really nice, very pigmented but demanding on paper. They do want some tooth. If you try to work them on a very smooth paper, you're going to be struggling. These ones, pretty much any paper, super small, super creamy, very, very soft blend, amazing. But as I said, if it's a very detailed page, very fiddly, small things, you could actually struggle because they won't hold point very long. They're so soft that the point will disappear very, very fast. And also the core is pretty thick, which is a good thing, but can be troublesome if you're doing very small things. Then I also have Chromaflows, which I really, really love. I think they are uniquely a slim, soft pencil, which is great if you prefer a small, a detailed page, but you love very soft pencils. So they hold point better by the virtue of them just being slim, but they are very soft. They are lovely. They're creamy. And the color selection, of course, is beautiful because they have 150 colors. Patricia, you prefer the harder pencils. So in this case, pro colors would be your closest choice, I guess, for you in the Derwent line. So the ones I was using there, but as I said, they can be like polychromos are way more accepting of a paper. Like they're not as demanding as these ones. These ones want a decent tooth, but the colors are beautiful, and they just layer endlessly as long as you have normal decent tooth on the paper. I like them a lot, and I like the color selection, the beautiful pencils. But yeah, not for every paper. Polychromos in that sense are all rounders because they're not very demanding on the paper. I did a page in yokai book. I actually want a yokai book, but I don't know which one to choose. There are a fair few around, and I want to get something that it really would work for me. Yokai kappa. In some religions, they say yokai are just non-human, and others they say demon. Oni are demons, yes. Oh, hi, Cookies. Sorry, I didn't see you coming in straight away. Gorgeous Beige, sorry, just joined. Hello. Oh, hello. Princess, her dad abandoned her on a mountain because she was not a boy and she was raised by bears. Perfect story for me. Well, technically she was a princess though. So, who was originally half river dolphin? Okay, now we're talking about some stuff that I don't have much clue about. I'm going through the comments here quickly because I've kind of got carried away with pencil talk and then missed bits, and I have a fear of missing out, so there. Oh, kitsune, yes. Who doesn't love a kitsune? They are fantastic. All I know about Asian mythology I learned from Monkey. I love Tengu, Yuki Onna. Okay, I know Yuki Onna for some reason, which is really weird because I don't know that culture also terribly well. Like I do know a bit and pieces. I picked up bits and pieces. I need to learn the names and then I will be able to name more, which is, yeah, I kind of recognize the actual characters, but I often just don't remember the names. I mentioned in Jesse's stream earlier that I tend to use my Durban Chromaflow up like I used up the Glacier Blue on my Whale Shark page and the Platinum on my Echinida. Is it Echinida? Oh God, I don't know how to pronounce that because I never heard it actually said out loud. Yana, I love my Durban drawing. My most recent page in Amazon is all drawing and pastel pencil background. Godzilla would technically also be yokai. Okay. Zoobs, I know that awkward moment when you walk into a room and they're talking about poop. Atlanta, you're right, her father was a king. I told you he was a king. So he was technically a princess. Oh, it's Emma. I had to watch some videos. Ekinida. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, the zodiac. Okay. My brain can't do phonetics today. 5 hours and 55 minutes sleep. That is a good going in my books. I almost never get that much nowadays. My sleep patterns are so messed up. It's not funny. Okay, I need to finish that bleeding butterfly. I need dark green. So it's going to be a bit of a bzzz, okay? Right, he was a jerk of a king. Well, most kings are. How many lovely, tolerant, well-balanced kings do you know of? Echidna. Okay, thank you. Echidna. Cindy from Sydney would know. Okay, so I'm putting a little bit. I'm not doing a lot on those butterflies. I'm just going to give it a little bit more dark. And then I'm going to eventually, at the very end, go in and do those bodies with the actual gloss, not gloss, glaze pen, black glaze pen, Sakura glaze pen. Yeah. So I'm just darkening them up because I'm going to put, I don't know if I'm going to put glow around that butterfly. I probably will put a little bit. So I'm leaving the middle parts of the butterflies untouched at the moment. I don't want to put the glaze on at the moment because it dries so long, and if I'm moving around the page like I will be with gel pens and stuff, I will put my hand into it and smear it all over the place. Ask me how I know. Alex, I'm actually going to take a nap soon. Nice. Talk to you all later. Hopefully we will. Have a lovely, lovely shut-eye. I love naps. Well, because I often tend to not sleep very well at night, naps are kind of almost essential for me. I wouldn't cope very well without them, let's be honest. There we go. I don't know if I told you people about the big upheaval this week we had, which was really funny. I don't remember what night it was exactly. Was it Tuesday night or Wednesday night? And very, very typically, seriously, have you seen King Charles? Anyway, was Tuesday or Wednesday night. Don't remember exactly which one of them. Possibly Tuesday. And very typically for me, I was still pottering around. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. I was downstairs. And I was at that stage thinking about going to bed, as you would at that time of the night. I was getting my water in the kitchen, and suddenly there's absolute racket. Like, it sounded like there's a huge, like, 3 guys on the stairs fighting with the dog screaming the head off. And I mean, it was unholy screaming. Absolute, like, almost scary. So I ran to the middle of the stairs, and he was so loud, like crazy loud. I ran to the stairs, and there's only dog there. She's standing in the mid stair landing, and just shouting, and it's not like just barking, not just an angry dog. It's hysterical dog who is screaming her head off. And I'm like, what the heck? What is going on? So I walk a little bit more upwards, and then I see on the handrail a cat standing on her 2 legs, kind of trying to climb up the wall that is absolutely straight, nothing to nothing to hold on to wall. So I'm like, my first thought being, we don't have a cat. And second one was, no, I need to get the dog away from the cat so cat can actually come downstairs and get away from the dog. So it was very hard to, like, I couldn't get her to calm down, but I managed to kind of push her enough to the side so the cat could run past and get downstairs. So I didn't know where the heck now the cat went downstairs. I also didn't know why we have a cat in the house, because we don't have a cat. My dog freaks out, and there's nothing I can do. We've tried conditioning, we've tried everything. All it ends up is a traumatized cat, and sometimes traumatized dog as well, as in this case. So I eventually kind of get the dog to go upstairs. I'm like, you're not coming downstairs, go upstairs. So she eventually listens to me. She's not running after the cat anymore. She was not happy about that, but she went upstairs, and I go downstairs, just like, where is the cat now? What is happening? So I'm looking around. There was 2 options where she could have been, because other doors were closed. So I knew that she was going to be either in the family room I'm putting some white here just to create some highlights on that butterfly. Anyways, she's either in family room or in the kitchen. So I go to the kitchen first and I look around and I can't see the cat. And then logically, she would be trying to find a place that is safe. Also, the kitchen door was open, which it often is at night, because I like to keep it open on summer nights, because Shen then can just go, if she needs to go for a wee, she can just walk out the door in the kitchen. But the cat distribution system had spotted an open door and thought, we're going to give them a cat. So the cat had walked in. I don't know how long it had been in the house, but eventually it met the dog. So anyways, I'm looking around in the kitchen, and at first no cat there, and then I had looked up on top of the cabinets but couldn't see it there first. And then I stood on my tippy toes, and eventually I saw little ears behind the turkey, the tin foil trays for turkey. So those big tin foil trays, which I keep on top of kitchen cabinets because they're freaking huge and you use them maybe once a year. Anyways, spotted the cat. It was there. And of course, that cat was not very motivated to ever come down again. Ever. Guess what I woke up on the morning of my birthday. Sounds like a Skinwalker story. I mean, Blair was freaking out. Anyways, so I am trying to coax the cat with food and with everything I can think of to come down and actually get out of the door. Because obviously our house is not very cat-friendly environment, as you might have deducted from the whole story. So you're better off getting the cat out. The cat is not coming down. Eventually, I get a message from Ola upstairs. Just one word, why? And I answer her that, explain the situation very briefly, that, there was a cat on the stairs and now it's on top of kitchen cabinets and it's not coming down. So she sent me a message, do you want me to help? I was like, yeah, it would be probably easier if we could kind of coax her, two of us, and make sure that she doesn't run into the house or whatever. So Ola comes downstairs as well. We're both trying to get the cat down. Eventually, we managed to kind of calm it down a bit. At first, we kind of got it moving a little bit. Ola was climbing onto the kitchen worktops and kind of trying to get it moving around a bit. So it had some motivation to actually come down. And then we pretended to kind of not look at her at all. And eventually the cat comes down and starts heading towards the door. We made sure the door was wide open, the curtain was open, so you could see that, I can get out. And it's heading towards the door. And then Ola says, what a lovely cat, and starts walking towards it, which of course prompted the cat to run back and jump next to the sink. And I was like, it's going to go on top of the flipping kitchen cabinets again, and they're going to spend another half an hour trying to get it down. But it kind of stayed there on top of the, next to the sink. So I just went to it eventually and picked it up. It was a really nice cat. If I could have kept it, I would have totally. It was like, okay, thank you, cat distribution system. We'll keep this one. But yeah, this house is not a good environment for a cat. So I just picked it up gently and we put it out, and we put some food out for it as well. Hopefully, if it could eat after all that trauma. And yeah, I'd say, it was just wandering around in our garden. The door was open. It was like, okay, yeah, open door. I'll go investigate. And I genuinely haven't got a faintest clue how long it had been wandering around. because it must have been upstairs as well. I suspect she actually met, or it actually met the dog while it was coming down the stairs, because the dog was downstairs with me for a while, and I think the dog was going upstairs and met the cat on the stairs. Anyways, the funniest part, gift mouse. The funniest part of all that was that I don't know if I say that or explain that, you probably won't understand, but you would not imagine how loud at least the first part of it was and how aggressive. And it genuinely sounded like something was seriously wrong. Somebody is getting attacked. And I have two guys in the house and, a young girl, a young woman. Not a single one of them actually came to the stairs or out of their bedrooms to check out what was happening. One of them just slept through. One of them, I think, kind of registered there was something happening, but was just chilling out in his bedroom. And one of them eventually sent me a message asking why. If it was a bunch of, I don't know, robbers or burglars breaking into the house, I would have fought them off on my own there downstairs with a broomstick. Atlanta, Annika, you're lucky the cat didn't bite, scratch, hiss, and growl. She was in the beginning very kind of aggressive, but she had calmed down a lot by that time. And, I was approaching it very, very gently. I was talking to it gently. And I didn't see any aggression in it when I was actually picking it up. So, Emma, I need to tell Shen that the cat distribution system is broken and there's nothing she can do. Yeah, she doesn't listen that sort of a talk. Nope. Jana, when I find a dead mouse next to my bed, I have wonder how many times it was put on my face or head. Oh, no. And my worst part of it is the dog got hold of the mouse and swallowed it in 2 gulps. Oh my God, she's a chihuahua. Char, I've had kitties people said you bite the owners and they come to me and let me pet them eventually. Huh? Oh. Atlanta, I can imagine it. Mama found a raccoon in the drain the other night and it was growling at her. A lot of animals don't like cats. Scared kitties are dangerous kitties. Eating pizza and lurking, says Lucy. Yeah, so with all that racket, it was basically, it's her problem. Like, she'll deal with it. But yeah, eventually Ola did come downstairs, so I guess I was lucky. At least somebody showed up in my hour of need. Okie doke. So we need now here some gel. Okay, I'm gonna pull some gel pens out. Okay, first I'm gonna try if these pencils are going to work, because that glow isn't amazing, let's put it bluntly. So I have these pencils I've had them for a while and I've used them for a while. They're pretty decent. Not all of them. It's kind of a weird set where some pencils are very good and some are kind of a bit scratchy or don't feel like mostly filler. So it's weird. I have a swatch chart of them. I think I actually talked about them at some stage. Nessa, you coloring and listening. Atlanta, the colors you chose, Annika, so harmonious. Love that palette. Some of my favorite colors. Aww. Lucy, you had one slice and just stopped. So these are that color scheme seems to be something that I favor a lot as well. I like dark blue combined with kind of a magenta-ish pinks and some greens. quite a lot, or teals and that sort of a thing. It's just seems to be my thing too. Okay, let's try this pencil, and I also have this orange. Okay, so let's see how. So if I work and bring it slightly outwards, will it work? Just to soften that, because the stuff that is around those butterflies is a gel pen that is washed out with a water brush, which I need kind of to do something like that here too. So I want to soften that glow a little bit. It was a bit choppy. So widen and soften the edges of it. I think it does look a little bit better when I did that. I think so. I'm just going over it with a pencil and then putting some extra pencil. Bit of over edge as well. Like, it doesn't need to be super perfect, but I tend to overwork my pages, especially if I'm sitting like this and, you know, don't really rush much. I'm just playing with that one page. Atlanta goes with cool weather and Japanese food. It's a type. Color scheme, weather scheme, food scheme. Yes, we're kind of twins like that, aren't we? Japanese food is also cooling. So cool colors, cool weather, and cooling food. Because Japan does get uber hot in the summer. Yeah, that's true. But they are also way more prepared for it, you know, with all the air conditioning, and they have all sorts of tricks that they use for cooling themselves and the house down. They are very clever about those little details, the innovations around the house type of things. Okay, so that's okay. It's not perfect, but I'd say I'll leave it as is. Still looks a little bit more like a glow. Yeah, that's better. And they say do not drink cold water. Well, I do like cold water though. Really, I find it super helpful when it's very hot. Like, I just drink a lot anyway during hot days, because obviously you sweat a lot. You need to constantly rehydrate. Lucy, as for the cat subject, cats know when the person is irritated, annoyed, scared, and impatient. Cats require patience to earn their trust. Yeah. Atlanta, yes, they have lived with the heat, like the reed doormats. Lucy, no, Annika, they are unprepared. They don't have AC everywhere like the US. Oh, really? Maybe, yeah, but they probably have different things like they cope with, you know, from the reed mats and kind of more historical or traditional ways of coping with the heat. I presume so. The only thing they used to do is to have a space under the house for the air to flow and cool. Oh, okay. Yes, I've seen some opening walls to cool with the fan in Japan. Not everywhere in US is AC, and what about the paper windows in Japan, or is that only Korea? I think it's not the windows, it's the inner walls. No? I'm not really sure about that. Anyways, okay. Now we need to do some gel penning. Ouch! This is my tub of gel pens. These are the Langua 0.6 millimeter ones. And I need this set of greens. Oh, I need something skin-y. Skin-y. Would that work? Any of these? Possibly this one for the highlights on the hands. I need this sheet with the muted blues. Actually, I might need the brighter blues. Yeah, I'm taking the brighter blues. And I also need white, but I have white nearby anyway. What else? Do I need something pinkish as well to take off some of the black here? I'm going to leave that sheet here as well. Okay. Sheet, not shit. Sheet, sheet, sheet. Sheet. Traditional, yes, but ever since houses became rare and now apartments are the norm, it's rare to see those. Okay. I don't even live there. I'm gonna miss those cool designs. Oh, and the heated floors. Sheet. I know. I know. Sheet. Yes, traditional architecture was thought to deal with humid, sticky summers, but again, it wasn't as hot as nowadays. Well, for obvious reasons. Okay, so did I take the skin color one as well? I could take that one here, just to have it, just in case. Because I think that pinkish tone actually from here would work pretty well there. We'll see. We'll see. Where's my piece of paper? I found a piece of paper. Okay, I'll see how you're going to work. So this is going to be not very fast work, and it's going to be more dabbing than creating very definitive lines, because if I just pull a line without diffusing it slightly or making it slightly uneven, then it looks like a line. Whereas what I'm going to try to do here is to make it look a bit more natural. I don't know if I can get you any closer. That's a little bit better. Not hugely, but... Okay. All right. Just doing the outline of the skin, kind of. It'll look better if I soften it a little bit. And it's easier to do because I left that rim now. You can see why it's really good idea to put the shading in with a bit of a rim lighting, with a bit of reflective light. So basically you leave the light color between the shading and the edge of the line art. This one I don't like. Okay. So if you want to put lighter edge onto the image, it doesn't look like out of place line because it blends in very well with the already existing kind of like a rim light or reflected light that I've left there. Okay, that's mostly done. I might put a little bit here as well, just to add a bit of an extra. Just cleaning things up, essentially. The table used to stay warm in traditional Japanese home is called kotatsu. Huh. I've always wanted traditional Japanese home table where you sit on the floor. I don't like that, actually. I very much want to keep my chairs. My knees are crap nowadays, so I prefer to sit a bit further away from the floor. Okay. I'm just cleaning the edges here because there was some areas that, you know, you got a little bit of alcohol marker here or there, or the pencil work wasn't super clean, so I'm just giving it a bit cleaner edge. In general, actually, Western housing layout actually suits me pretty well. Also, I like walls. I'm not a huge fan of super open plan living environment. I want walls. I definitely want walls between kitchen and, you know, living room type of a thing. Because at some stage it was this huge fashion to essentially have kitchen in living room, you know, knock all the ways the walls that you can possibly knock them down, no doors at all. And I don't really like that. Okay. Put some definition a little bit into these hands. Okay, they're a bit better, a bit cleaner now. See, I have open floor plan with kitchen, dining room, and living room open floor plan. It's the little details that take pages to higher level. I am team details. So am I. The doors are the front door, the bedroom doors, and the bathroom door. Okay. Oh, Char, being able to move walls about in the traditional houses was the most reason I liked them. They had different floor plans for winter than summer, which does make perfect sense. And you have sliding glass door to the balcony. We have sliding glass door in the kitchen into the backyard. It's very, very common here, the sliding back door. I don't think I'm gonna do any kind of a... I thought at some stage that maybe I make some lights or kind of a fuzzy magical effects underneath here as well, but I think I'm gonna essentially leave that as is. I don't want to overdo it either. Here I'm not sure I like... Where's my blending pencil? Here. There's a bit harsh transition here. So I'm cleaning it up, making it a bit softer. Yeah, it looks better. Okay, and now I need some... I need some magenta-ish color. Which is actually, surprisingly enough, not very easy to find. You'd think I have loads of pinks, but I don't actually. Because these Sakura ones, I almost tempted to throw them away because I'm struggling with these ones the most. Like that color would work, but it almost comes out like, you can see, almost transparent. Like this. It's like useless. sometimes it doesn't get going at all, and often it struggles, but the color is what I need actually, kind of here. So I'm trying to get it to work for myself. Just adding some extra brightness into some bits of the hair. It won't be super visible or super prominent, but it just, in my mind, they've cleaned it up a bit. Especially the strands that are coming out of her. Some of them are so narrow that you can't put anything onto them. They're, you know, basically going to be black unless you pull some gel pen onto them. So I prefer to do a little bit of that. And here as well, you know, those straggly edges of the hair, I want to define them a little bit and make them more pink than weird nothing colors they have at the moment. I'm not trying to put in highlights. I'm trying to keep the color similar to what is already there, just cleaned up a little bit. The more wars between me and my family, the better. Atlanta, I often sit on the floor and eat with my back against the kitchen wall. Sometimes I'm too tired to sit in a chair, plus it brings me down to Momo's level. Lucy, I like flexible plan. My kitchen and living room are open concept, but with a glass retractable door in between them. Yeah, that I understand a bit more, but I genuinely do like to have a wall. And I like to be able to close the door if I want to. So super open pan I was never a huge fan of that. I think it's more okay if you are on your own, you know, open plan living like that. I could probably be pretty all right with it if I was essentially, you know, on my own. There's nobody else in the house except me. But if there's more people, I want to be able to just close the door occasionally. I sometimes need that super badly. So, not the most social of butterflies occasionally. Okay, so let's put that light, just run that over the edge of the hair to almost form a bit of a rim lighting around her head, define her a little bit. And then I'm pulling some hairs like slightly downwards from that line, so it would look a bit more organic. So it wouldn't just be a straight line that goes. So I'm following the direction of the hair flow, and I'm pulling some little strands down from there like this. Just helps to bring things together. There we go. And here we go. I don't think I need much more. That's pretty much all it needed. I just wanted to look a bit cleaner. They didn't sit directly on the floor on dining tables because there was a recess below the table for the legs. Yeah. My family home had a door between the kitchen and dining room. People had the tendency of kneeling, but that was for different reasons. The home would have to be designed with a recess for the legs for the low table, unless you mimicked it by putting cushions and making the table taller. Japan with now is a guy that explains more about the traditional houses. Okay. The Japanese can't have many ferrets. If they did, there's no way they'd sit on the floor. Patricia, I'm like you, Annika. I get overwhelmed by being with people for too long. I need my alone time. Exactly. I just need to be able to close the door between myself and the world occasionally. Which is, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just a personality type. And so I need now the green one. Actually, I might do the blue first. Which blue will I use here? Maybe that one? Actually, I might not use that. I might use acrylic marker for that. It's going to be softer with acrylic marker. So I need to do the leaves, because leaves need a bit of detail. And I think I'm going to use that color. These greens are so nice, the soda greens, and more of a yellow greens, or also more of a natural greens. They're really nice. It hasn't been used for a while, so I'm making sure that it's going nice and smooth. It is. It's just me and my daughter. When she wants in, she'll open my door, so it's more about auditory space, headphones and AirPods. Okay. Hi, Adri. I hope you had a lovely nap. Also, I can't close the door anymore because of Momo, so I hung a room darkening curtain in front of the door so I could leave it cracked for Momo. Aww. Oh, hi, Dana. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I know it's a bit of a rough time for you. Okay, so I'm just going to put a bit of a highlight on top of those leaves. Well, it's not that much of a highlight. I'm just cleaning up I'm taking off now the black line art from the tops, at least, of the leaves. And also because they're so tiny, the marker that I put around them tended to bleed into them. So I'm just cleaning everything. And making them a little bit more prominent also by that. Lizards are way more interesting than mice. Dana, I'm doing much better. I'm glad to hear that. The traditional Japanese freestanding folding screen used for privacy and space division. It's not the same, though. If it's not the same than having a room that you have the door closed, or just putting a screen in front of you. I do not feel it would be quite the same. But it might be just my cultural bias here, raising its head. Something that I just can't imagine, working. Therefore, it can't possibly work. um, I do like the aesthetic of Japanese home a lot. I would probably be way more comfortable in your very traditional Western style home, though. In that sense, I'm probably quite traditionalist. I like the comfy couches and nice big kitchen and that sort of thing. table and work surfaces that are pretty high. I don't know why I was so tired today. Well, now I'm up and starting a new coloring page. We bought one from my... Oh, Char! It's Char. We bought one from my uncle one. So beautiful gift with sakura blossoms blowing in the wind. Oh, that sounds so lovely. Naps are good, Adri. And sometimes you just need them. There doesn't even need to be an explanation. It was just needed, and therefore you had it. Okay, so cleaning up them edges here. Making sure that they stand up a little bit more. I'm actually kind of also almost making them bigger, those leaves. Because as I said, there was a fair bit of bleed into them as well. So some bits of them were lost. So I'm making them a bit more pronounced. They were always meant to be a little bit more pronounced, but it got lost because they were fairly delicate. And line art in this image is also already quite delicate. Like Enys Guerrero, her line art isn't thick. It's very slim, which is a good thing, depending on your preferences. But in a portrait, I really like delicate line art. Okay. Although one of my favorite portrait books, the Bridgerton official coloring book, has very thick lines. I do fight with them though. Like it's not easy sometimes, but still the portrait work there is amazing. Now, Dana, Annika, this is beautiful. Thank you. I had my dad put a lock on my bathroom door. I needed somewhere to get away from Willow. Is she still following you everywhere? Age, trying to pick from one of my Christine Karen books. I've been all about portraits this month. This is my only portrait this month. I'm actually feeling like doing some, almost abandoning all my WIPs, which I only have WIPs this month. I literally only have WIPs this month. It's been one of these months. I'm feeling like abandoning all of them and doing a portrait because I'm actually feeling like doing a portrait at the moment. So I don't know, maybe that's what's going to happen. Instead of finishing one or two of my WIPs, actually having some colored pages to show at the end of the month, I'm just going to start another portrait. Atlanta, it's hard when parents and children don't have the same wiring. That happened to me as a child and as a parent. Oh, I'm sure I am not an easy mom in some ways for my daughter, as I'm so sensitive to light and sound and touch. Char, I don't mind brief hugs, but I don't like folks clinging or hanging on me. Yeah, same here, but they're pretty okay with that. Like, I do love, occasional hugs, but yeah, I generally don't like when a person just sits on me, essentially. It just leans on me for a long time. But they are well aware of that. But we often are just myself and Ola, for example, often she just, I tend to read or watch something on my bed because it's kind of like private in the evenings. And then she often would just come and we would, lay together on the bed and just joke around or chat or talk about stuff. And usually the dog is with us there as well. Children and cats know nothing about personal space or space bubbles. At least cats remain tiny. Yes, but the phone Rang and Bruno went berserk. Oh, treats Adrian. Isn't your daughter married? Oh, okay. No. No, I need to, I think, will I put the glow around it or will I just put kind of like dots? I'll try a little bit with the glow, but I need one of these. And I need water brush. Because the other ones all have a bit of a like orange around them, so it would make sense that that one also has some. So I'll pull the orange out again and we'll see how this is going to work out for me. These are lovely gel pens. The Guang Na 1mm ones. They're so smooth. Dana, that's good quality time, Annika. I cherish all those moments I've had with my kids. Yes, it's actually wonderful. We are probably, with my daughter, I'm the most similar in a way. You know, mindset and how we get along. We click pretty well most of the time. Of course, there are occasional times when we clash also. But most of the time we get along very well. I'm very happy. Like our attitudes towards life and interests also overlap a lot. So it's usually easy to talk to her. How do I get out of coloring slump? I've not completed a page in 2 months. Everything I start is crap. You need to get over the mindset that everything you start is crap. The most likely thing is that you just get into the ugly phase and then balk. Every work has that stage where it looks, oh no, it's terrible. All it needs is just, keep going. And I know your work, it is not crap. You do good things. It's just softening it out. This one actually, the glow is going down better than last time I tried it. I might have put too big area of the gel pen down, and it started drying too much last time. Yeah, because that one actually looks pretty alright. And then eventually I will put a bit of gel pen dots, mostly white, around it as well, and it's going to be fine. And now I need a blue acrylic marker. Let me put everything away here so things wouldn't start falling. I have quite a lot of stuff out. Oh yeah, acrylic markers. Yeah, I need to get these ones. So Jana, Annika, your kids sound amazing. They are. They really are. They're not perfect, I'm not saying that. And we do have our differences, trust me, Sometimes both myself and Killian, or, myself and Orla can have a bit of a blowout. Then you kind of get over it and you move on. But they are really lovely people. Both of them are smart. Both of them are interesting. Okay, here we are. I'm pulling out these acrylic markers because I don't want super juicy ones. I want the ones that are actually a little bit more transparent. AJ, I kind of want to do a fantasy skin, but I don't know if I want to save that one for another episode of Masters of Oil Pastels. Okay. Color with Claire on Colouring Heaven do a good tutorial on fantasy skin. Maybe it's Helen Elliston in one of her special effects books. Tried that. I tried to color a highlighted Highland Cow with Anic. I didn't even start it. My daughter and I are very similar in some ways, like how we think and feel, but we differ in our sensory input, like our voices sound exact same on voicemail. Color page badly on purpose. Actually, that might be a cool idea. Just do your worst. That might actually be fun. Well, it would be for me. It would be very difficult, though, because I tend to be a bit of a perfectionist. Translation anal. Hey, my phone automatically chose the European color. I'm being assimilated. That's right. We'll assimilate you. Aha. Ouchies. Okay. I think that color here was the color that I wanted. Yes, that was the color that I wanted. Okay, let's see if I'm going to ruin it now. Okay. So that color is very close to the highlight color. So I don't need to do much of a water blend. In some areas I might want to do a bit of water blending. But at the moment I feel it's not necessary. Because it blends in really well with the original color. My phone chooses American English every time. Auntie, I've done it and it was fun and it was difficult. Yeah, I can imagine it being very difficult. But it does sound a good challenge. Never really thought about doing that. I should do a video about that. Let's try to do a really bad page. Let's just do your worst. How do you even go about it? That's actually tricky, even thinking about it. How do you do it? You choose bad colors with one of the things. So I'm just here painting over the edges more than covering the lines. It looks better and more organic if I take this not super transparent acrylic marker and emphasize the line arts that cover the black lines with that one. Here in the actual top, there's not too many black lines because most of those creases and folds I just created myself. It wasn't drawn in, so I don't need to do much there. I might want to put a little bit more white in. Tanta M, I have struggles with my daughter over noise, mostly her on the phone, and I'm constantly asking her to be quiet or go out. She actually gave me Boise headphones because she knows she's loud. No, actually, Aura is very sensible as far as noise levels go. She is not very loud. She would mostly, if she listens to stuff, she would mostly have headphones on. I have a thing with headphones that I can't wear them for too long. My ears just get tired. So I do like them, but not for too long. So she can wear them almost indefinitely though. Okay, so just picking up those slightly highlighted bits of where the folds start, where the light would hit them the most, and just flicking them out and covering the lines that are very visibly black. But you get more painterly lines with those brush markers, so they don't look like lines or line covering. I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say here. I'm probably not very good at explaining. Anyway, I prefer that method of line covering. I pick terrible colors aimed for low contrast. Ouch! And overdone embellishments. Well, overdone embellishments is what I do anyway, often. It seems to be my thing. I tend to. Okay, so. Okay, bringing that down. Yeah, it just looks so much more painterly and fluid and organic if done with acrylic marker. Okay, I'm almost done, and then we can move on to white gel pen, and there's not huge amount of it. Yeah. If I feel like softening it, there's one moment there where I can just blend it out with my finger. Hiram doesn't like wearing headphones. Yeah, I would be more the person that, like, Orla and Killian both, they could just live on headphones. I cannot. I like them. I like wearing them, you know. I like if I have a good headphones, and I do have good headphones. I have the Bose Quiet Comfort ones. They are actually very comfortable headphones. I have no complaints about them. They have lovely sound. But even with these ones, there is a limited time, and then I want to take them off and just listen to the sound without headphones. Which is why I also love having this kind of a separate craft area in the evenings where I'm not in the way of other people, and I can just have sound actually playing on my phone or a tablet or whatnot. And I don't need to have the headphones on all the time, because they just tire me. Okay, I think that's done. I don't know if you can see the difference hugely. It just looks cleaner. I'm not reacting to her being noisy. Hopefully she realized I'm not reacting and pipe down. Works with the dogs anyway. I'm not quite sure that it works quite the same with kids. Okay, so I'm putting that one away so it wouldn't be in my way here. Okie doke, white gel pen. Actually, two of them, because I want the solid one, which I have to. It's running out any moment soon. Although these ones last really well. I've used it so much, and it's still going. It's a very good gel pen. Luckily, I have had a 5-pack of these, so I still have spares. They're going to keep me going for a while. Where's my thin white gel pen? I have lost it again. What the heck? I know I was using it not long ago. Oh, I put it in the wrong compartment. They're supposed to be on this one. Therefore, they are invisible if they are this one. You see, if the gel pen is supposed to be here, then it's going to be invisible here. Does it work like that for you? Annika, I sent the ugly butterfly to you in Instagram. Okay, one is going to Instagram and looking at the ugly butterfly. Ooh! It's not as ugly as I was expecting, Conte. Like, it's not that bad. But the colors, yeah. I probably would not put them together. I love your writing though. I love when you write. I love when you're starting your streams and videos and you have all those signs. You also have really cool handwriting. Really like your handwriting. Mine is quite literally terrible. I've got fibromyalgia. I'm oversensitive to everything. Yeah, makes sense. I've been heightened sensitivity is a sign of ages. Yeah, well, we know that. Did you see the butterfly? Did I show it to you? Like, I've seen way worse when I've tried. Like, by the way, the page that I'm going to, like, I have so few pages this month, and it doesn't seem to be improving much because I just want to sleep now in the evenings at the moment. Because I haven't slept very well for a long time because of the heat. So now I just tend to, like, I'm just going to have a quick nap in the evening and end up like napping for 3 hours. But I have done one of the worst pages ever. I'm telling you, this month you're up for a treat. I have managed to really create an ugly page, and not on purpose. Well, yeah, not intentionally, but it came out so ugly. But I'm going to show it. It's going to be in my finished pages. Um, I like your handwriting too, Chris. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I didn't consider it to be that awful at all. Possibly the only thing that I would say maybe a little bit out of place is that turquoise without shading. But if it had shading, it would actually work even with the colors there. So, no, it's not bad. It looks almost intentionally painterly more so than ugly. I don't know. But I really love your handwriting. I genuinely do. I want your handwriting. Can you swap? Okay, let's try to put a bit of a okay. A bit of a glint into her eyes. Wake her up. Maybe put a dot or two tiny dots onto her lower lip, just to give it a bit more, and also put a dot of white and then tap on it very gently on top of her nose, and do the same thing with the bridge of her nose and quickly smear it out. Yeah, that should work. I'm not going to put any shine, like fake weird shine, onto her hair. I don't really want to do that, but I might try to do. How is this one laying down? Just adding some dots around the butterflies, but I don't want to overdo either because it's becoming a huge mess there already. Lucy, Annika, I have 4 completed pages and that's it. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I might, like, I have actually some pages that are very close. It wouldn't take a huge amount of time to finish them. I just tend to fall asleep. And what you're gonna do if you're tired or you need to sleep more or you just don't have concentration to do coloring, then it shouldn't be something we really press ourselves to do, because that is the surefire way to get yourself into a slump. If you pressurize yourself and make it like a chore, you know. I need to finish pages. Finish pages. It's just going to kick me into slump, total slump, and I won't be touching any coloring for a month, which has happened before. And we all going to have some slumps. Like in that sense, Emma, you're saying you have a slump. I think we all get them occasionally. It's fine. It's okay. It's kind of a natural part of it. Okay. I don't want to add too many dots, just some. Oh, I wanted to put a bit of a dot here onto her cheek as well. I'm just going to keep very quick tap. Yeah. Just emphasize those highlights. And maybe put some random little dots onto her hair so she would look like more cohesive part of all that magic and sparkles that is happening around here. So otherwise she looks like she's a bit of a sticker on top of everything. So we tried to unify her by adding some little dots or some magic particles onto her hair as well. Not too many. Try not to overdo it. Some, and you know, also on her dress. So all that is going around here also has gotten onto her. Now, just taking some here and there, in and out. I need to put more around that butterfly though. Because those butterflies are supposed to be a bit magical. Okay. Some little dots here and there. I think I need to tighten and put more of the dots around the butterfly. Okay. Couple of little dots here and there. I think it's mostly coming together. Now I need to do the bodies of the butterflies. I don't think I'm even going to use the thicker white. I'm going to leave it as is. And I need the glaze pen. Okay, the glaze pen is here too. I have the most used ones here on the desk all the time. The ones that I constantly grab. I'm looking at the chat, sorry. If I'm quiet, I'm trying to quickly. Oh, hi, Donna. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I'm sort of triggered by the love bombing of book trend. To me, it's got sinister connotations. I kind of get you what you're coming from, yeah. And most people don't know what that means in real life. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's the thing. It doesn't ring any other bells for me. So, but I do get that, love and bombing, even without specific connotations, can be a bit of a tricky combination. Okay, so I'm just doing the butterfly body. I'm making it very kind of sketchy and quick. The reason, as I said, why I left it to the last is because that stuff takes its sweet time to dry. So I don't want to smear it. No. Okay, I'm gonna leave these ones to be. Now I have this thing that if you look, okay, sorry, I went too far now. Sorry, I keep jumping between shots. I have the feeling that it would look better if I darkened these corners and these corners here. But I don't really know. I'll pull out some soft pastels. Let's put it that way. Love bombing is like when your partner is just absolutely fawns over you in order for you to forget the nastiness. Then when you are sufficiently loved up, they get nasty again. Oh, okay. A butterfly stayed for a long time in my friend's dad's car. It sat next to me for ages. I think Bear came to see me. Aww. Donna, I see Auntie Chris sent you a butterfly, which was definitely not ugly. I can definitely share some ugly pages. Does this mean we can get any critiques or help with the page? Well, if you want to. Although I rarely see, I just don't see ugliness in most pages. I don't know. I can help, or well, try to help, because I'm not an expert. But if you have questions about specific things, yeah, we can do that. But okay, I need to get that soft pastel because I keep getting distracted. Can I find it? Yep, found it. And my tools. Where's my tools? Which one? Which nibs do I have? Okay, I have that one. Dim dim dim. It's a form of gaslighting. Okay. Age, I understand that past traumas can trigger reactions. I, for one, get the fake jibbies. When someone calls me sister, it takes me back to when I was in a cult and felt bond to it. If anyone, well, I don't have experience, but I could see, yes, what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't like being called sis. I stopped being sis the day my brother died. Oh, I'm sorry. I do know a lot about gaslighting. Ah, ouch. Sorry. All right, let's try if it's going to be better. I can always rub it off if I hate it. I'm literally going in with black here because it's the only one that is dark enough. All right. I think it darkens it a little bit, that corner. I don't need it to go very far with the darkening, but I need to also diffuse it inwards a little bit. And I think it did help a little bit. I think this spot here is still too light, so I'm darkening this specific spot a little bit. Yeah, that looks alright. So if I just run it very, very gently over the edge here, so the actual edge of the page was slightly darker. Very gentle pull like this. And then try that corner as well. I, of course, need to now eventually spray that page because I put on the pan pastels, which are soft and will smear. For regular soft pastels, if you just use them from like pad or cotton pad, and if you rub them into the paper pretty hard, they mostly stay in place and they won't smear much either. But if you apply pan pastels softly like that, they will move. So, but I don't mind spraying it. It's not a problem. I do have all the necessary stuff. That's like a vignette effect. I like it. Yeah, I just felt that it was just flat, and that suddenly gave it much more depth. I don't mean to change the subject, but I've always wondered and never had it explained to me. What is the difference between the pan pastels and like the Mongia chalk pastels that are much, much cheaper? It's a matter of a binder. I well, not an expert once again, but in my understanding, chalk pastels, regular chalk pastels like Mangia ones or whatever, are essentially just pigment that is mixed. But there's some moisture, I think, involved as well. But it's basically formed into sticks or rolled. Just it's the pressure that makes them sticks or yeah, basically sticks. It's not really a binder. There's not much binder in there. There is a specific, I don't know exactly because it's obviously like there might be some information available, but it would be mostly a trade secret. There's some sort of a binder in there. They are creamier. They don't feel chalky at all, really. They don't really, yeah, they don't have the same dusty chalk pastelly vibe to them. They behave quite differently and they blend quite differently as well. So I haven't really done huge research into them. I don't know if it's if there's some sort of knowledge out there what they use as a binder, you know, what they mix together there. But I kind of doubt it, because it would be kind of a trade secret almost, you know, because they're the only ones that... Actually, no, there's a set from Nayoni, yes. It doesn't have too many colors, but it has, I think, a palette of 12 and then some extra colors. And they come in a similar layout. Let me see if I have it near me. I should have actually pulled that one up. Let me see if I can find it. Most likely, of course, now that I'm looking for it, I won't be able to find it. It basically looks a bit like big makeup palette with about 12 colors like this. But they genuinely do blend and go down like pan pastels. Well, almost. They're not totally identical, but they go down and work like that. And they're obviously much cheaper option. But I don't think they are available on Temu. I got them on AliExpress. I need to look around a little bit. I know where they are technically, but after my reorganization of a craft room, some things I've reorganized so well that I can't find them. So I need to find them again. Now, I think it looks better, doesn't it? They're not actually, they don't have any difference. But there is some sort of a binder. It is different vibe. They are super pigmented. Yeah, the way they stay, you know, the way they are pressed into these, there is some sort of a difference in binder. I could almost swear to it. But as I said, not a big expert in that, on soft pastels in general. Yeah, that's what I thought. There is something about the binder, though. Like, it is a different binder. They do feel creamier, and they are less dusty than your regular. Like, regular pastels, even very good ones, feel kind of drier. They almost have like slightly, very slightly creamy vibe to them. They're still dry, okay, but they have this slight creaminess to them. I'm talking about how it feels to work with them, not that I have deep knowledge in how they are actually built. Okay. And of course, like any other media, you just need to practice with them. And I'm by no means expert with them. Like, I have them and I should use them more. Okie doke. I'm gonna put... Oh, and one thing about these things, the foams that go onto your tools, the pan pastel tools, if you want them to last longer, you know, good idea is I'm gonna slightly, very gently rub the excess off, and then put them into mostly little airtight environment like this, because if you leave them on the tool, they kind of dry out and almost become crumbly. Whereas if you keep them in a little pot like this, they will last you way longer. You can put it back when you next time need it as well. But don't leave it on this one and just have it standing, you know, sitting in some sort of a whatever you keep them in. Okay, so I think this page is done. I lost my electric sharpener in my belly folds this time. Dana, thank you, Annick, and everyone. I appreciate. Oh, you're very welcome. As I'm saying, you know, I'm not trying not to pretend to be a huge expert in these, because I definitely could use a lot more practice with them. The page is beautiful, really magical. Thank you. Yeah, it came out pretty all right. I think it's fun. I think Enys Guerrero is easy to color. In a way, she is, in that sense, slightly reminiscent of Christine Caron, that her portraits are really easy. You don't have to struggle with shading or figure out light or whatever. It just kind of almost colors itself. Anna, chef's kiss on this one, Annika. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Mimi. Oh, thank you, Mimi. Hi, Mimi. Sorry if I didn't notice you before. Lucy. They are both essentially chalk pastels, but there is a difference in a binder. And I don't know. Of all the mediums, they are the most pigmented medium. Okay. Yeah. All I know is that pan pastels are easier for me to mix colors. Yes, they are. Amy, I do agree. They are easier to mix and easier to blend. But they still need practice in how you blend them and how you work with them. Okay, so this page is done. So what time is now? I think we have a bit of time to maybe work on something else. I need to have a drink first. American relatives brought us over these. So I'm not a huge fan of peanuts, but I have it on my desk, and because I have it on my desk, I've now been eating them, and I just like, they're not even, you know, I'm not a huge, even big fan of them, but I keep picking them up and sticking them into my mouth. Lauren did a pretty successful DIY pan pastel a few weeks ago. Really? Chalk pastels. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you. Lucy, chalk pastels are pan pastels, I mean, because they have mostly pigment in them. Yeah. Yeah. It's essentially compressed pigment. But there is some binder, you know, just for them to be able to stick together or kind of be pressed together. But it's way smaller amount. Annie, could you use Discord? I have no Discord. Okay, people, I do. I have... I am a member anyway, you know. I have an access to Discord. I haven't used it huge amount yet. It's sometimes still a bit confusing to me, and I'm usually pretty good with tech, so I just need to look into it more. Peanut M&Ms are your fave. Oh, Auntie, if only you were here. You'll see, everything was fine, but now YouTube is cutting. I'm sorry. It seems to be fine from my side, anyway. Upload kind of a streaming speed should be fine as well. So is my glossy accent now dry enough to actually close it, or should I leave it open someplace? Okay. Alright, so I don't know if I should do something with watercolors or pencils. I might do something with with pencils, because with watercolors I just need to sometimes lose the track of a conversation, because I need to in some areas work fast, because I want to carry on this page. This is one of the pages that I did not need to start, because I do, as I said, already have several WIPs out there that I should work on. But I love this book so much, and I started, I don't know, some of you maybe saw the bits and pieces that I published today. And I, of course, had to start this double page spread, which is like, I betcha I'm going to sit on that one now. It's going to take me a while to finish. Mostly a lot of it is going to be in here around that fireplace to get, you know, all the objects here right and whatever. But there's going to be several layers of gradually applying shadows and darkening and color zones, which I will, you know, it's a page that's going to take a long time because I need to do a big layer of glazing with watercolor and just leave it sitting for a while so it can sit and dry and settle, and then I need to go in with another layer, and then eventually I'd say at least 2-3 more glazes or layers of watercolor, and then eventually I will go in with a bit of pencil. It's one of those pages that I don't want the pencil to dominate. I want to add a little bit of pencil, you know, kind of a sharpening and extra shading, but I want mostly to be done with watercolor. But I really love the book. This is an awesome book. The art is just so good, so good. I could leave a little bit less, some super ornamental areas, but I do also understand that it is an ornamental wallpaper. It makes sense why it's here. It's kind of a like Victorian environment, so you would have those very ornamental things. It's just so cool. Anyways, but I won't be working on that because and another thing that I meant to show you, Lucy, I think it's not on the choppy YouTube. I was going to send you text art. You can send it on the Insta as well, on my messages. You know, but yeah, I do have Discord. I technically do even have a channel that I don't really know how to use. Discord reminds me of old school message boards. I love it. Dana, I just watched the bits and pieces video this morning. Thank you. Momo is meowing at me and tapping me on the arm to go outside, so I'm going to go into lurk mode while we transition. Oh, she's just a diva. Love it. She's even being gentle. He fits me, Kathy. Come on. Oh, I found this book on Vintage. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet. It was a set of 3 books that I got from Vintage, and all those 3 books together cost $150. And there's let me see. There was this book, which is the one that I wanted. And there was this book. Did I talk about that already? Did I? And I got this book, which it's not my favorite Kirby, but there's some cool pages here. Like, for example, I kind of would really like to do that page. That one is totally calling for me. There's a lot of pages here that I don't really like much at all. Like, I highly doubt I'm ever going to do that. This one actually is kind of cool. I'm never probably going to do that. This one might be cool. This one is kind of cool. This one, yeah, might. But he has better polar bear pages, I think. This one is a cool page, but possibly not something that I would have patience to do, because that's a lot of metals. And I would probably get tired of doing metals. I do like the fact that it's single-sided, Lucy. I do agree with that. So I could get in there with like alcohol marker, I was thinking. But not all the pages here I love. I do like this page. It's really cool. This one, I've seen many versions, but for some reason it doesn't call to me. I like that one. I'm trying to picture the color scheme yet in my hair, in my head, but I'm kind of very drawn to this one. It might be the first one I do. These ones, I don't know if I would have patience because it's a lot of fiddly work. This one is kind of cool. Once again, I would need to figure out the color scheme. This one is cool, but I've seen so many absolutely gorgeous versions of it that I just feel that, you know, whatever I do, it's going to be inferior. So I'm not sure. I don't want to do this one for some reason. This one I like. Would be cool for playing with color contrasts. What's here? Also like that one, although it's going to be a lot of very samey rocks, so I would need to figure out how to give more variations to them so it wouldn't be just a wall of the same colored rock, which I tend to not love very much. This one, absolutely no. What's there at the end? There was some stuff here also. Oh yeah, also seen a lot of versions of this giraffes page. This one seems like it's cut off. Also, I'm not in love with the doodle parts of it. So that one I'd probably never color. This one, the composition for me is a bit too cluttered with very samey elements. It would be very hard for me to make that page interesting coloring wise. So probably not. This would be cool exercise of doing like jeweled bugs, but the page itself is not really calling to me. This is also like clutter. Nope. Also nope. Maybe if I feel like it. This one I like a lot. I also like that one. And that's a cool idea. I don't have it doesn't pop up for me when what I would actually do with it yet, but I can appreciate it as a cool page. This one probably not. No, that definitely not. This one also meh, kind of nope, not calling to me. This one nope. This one maybe. Nope. Nope. Yes, I love that one. That's a really cool page. Probably not. That's cool. And we get back to the one that I really like. Anyways, I got that one. And then I got this book, which is... Oh, hi, Millie. Hi. Sorry. 50p per book. Yes. Yes. It doesn't have to be metal. It could be plastic, like mousetrap. True. True. Kirby. You mean the Wonder Morphia book? Emma, if that's what you're talking about, say yes. And I also got this book, which is from those 3 books, is the book that I need to find. I'd say I don't even know what to do with it because it's not me at all. But you know, it came with this book that I wanted and this book that I'm quite okay with. It has fair few. I probably wouldn't have bought it on its own, but as it came as a part of this bundle, I'm okay with it. I'm quite happy that I have it now. But this one, I just need to, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, what is this? What am I supposed to do with it? The paper isn't awful. It's on the thinner side, but, you know, you could probably do things with it. But, you know, what do you do with that? What is it? It's not me at all. Yeah, it's not calling to me. This is the sort of a book that Doodle Robot, if she was still, you know, kind of posting, would probably appreciate at least some pages of it. But I absolutely, nope, not me. Just the idea of it drives me nuts. So yeah, no, I don't know what to do with it. I don't have anybody to give it to because I can't think of anybody who would enjoy it. So yeah, I don't know what to do with it. Does anybody want it? I can post it to you. Momo is a good name for a cat. Oh, the Wuthering Height books. Ooh, if I'd known you were after it, I'd have sent. Oh, like it's not like I can, I don't want to do I announce all the books I want. People send them to me. But sometimes you do mention, like I really want that book, and then somebody happens to hear, and I've been very lucky in that. But the book that I wanted, actually, this is the book that I wanted because I really like the art. Not all the pages. This is one of those weird books that is kind of there's a lot of filler pages, but there's some really cool art here. There's two artists who I think illustrated that one. From what I know, they were written someplace anyway. But look at that Victorian street. Isn't that just awesome? I love how they did Scrooge. Look at those like interiors. That's just so cool. And then there's, of course, a fair bit of those fillery pages where there's quote and some frame around it, which I'm not that bothered about, but sometimes it's an easy page. But yeah, I love the characters, how they're drawn here. I even kind of fancy that page. And even that one, kind of, I probably would enjoy just, putting some water color down and then just coloring small elements of that. It would be really quick page type of a thing. The art is just awesome here. Okay, maybe I'm too close. Looks like a swatching book to me. And feels like it's like in 90% of each illustration. Exactly. Your daughter named Momo after the character in The Last Airbender. Okay. Oh, she coughs when you cough. It's just absolutely awesome artwork. Look at that, how dynamic everything is in movement. Beautiful composition. Like, it's just wonderful book. And one of those books that is very overlooked, and I suspect it's just not available. I haven't seen it very easily available anywhere. What year was it? First published 2016. So it's been like 10 years, since that was published. I kind of miss, like, that style of a book nowadays doesn't seem to be really published anymore like that. And I almost miss that these times. It's just so good. I don't mind that it's Christmas. I can do illustrations from here all year round if I feel like it. So cool. Yeah, super happy that I have it now. A lot of those kind of a Macmillan classic books and kind of a 10-year-old books, coloring books based on literary classics. A lot of them are absolutely gorgeous. And I kind of like most of them. And I one of them. Well, I don't need to have them all. But I really like the art in this one. Just look at that. Gorgeous. Yeah, there's definitely two artists because you can almost, you can tell immediately which page or which spread is done by which artist. Oh, yeah. Look at that scene. That I would find so difficult to color. Those panoramic scenes of a city to get the shadows right. Oh, I would find it very, very hard. Anyways, got distracted. I think I can close it now. Amy, oh my God, it's gone 1 a.m. I had no idea. I'm going to head to bed. Good night. You're very welcome. Good night, Amy. Okay, and maybe you can draw in it. The weird illustrations can be the framework for building a scene. I don't know. It's just not calling to me at all. It's super weird coloring book. Yeah, I can close that one, I think. Yeah. I think I might pull out this one. Okay, so first I think I'm going to put the base on those birds. They've been annoying me for a while. I've been meaning to make them. I want to make them fairly dark gray. So they will almost be like silhouettes. Lucy, maybe you have to end the stream in YouTube Studio. Huh. James's cat had kittens. Willow's picked one. So I need a gray marker. I know I have some somewhere. Oh yeah, I have that set. I know that I had a set of grays. Yeah, this is a lovely set of grays. I like the nibs on these ones, they're pretty good. They are the Faber-Castell Gold Faber. I also have another set of grays. That is the Lyra ones. Which actually, I think I remember liking the grays, the actual grays in these ones, really. There were some interesting grays though. Okay. It's a swatch book, a sketchbook, or recycling. Yeah, true. I can't think of anything else for it. It's definitely not a coloring book for me. It's like, what am I coloring here? Okay, so why do I have, oh, yeah, rubber bands everywhere? That's my life. Rubber bands everywhere. Fairly cool. Let me see how you are doing. Yeah, you're very close to what I want. Let me see that green-gray as well. Ouch. These are really nice. They're Lyra ones. The nibs are basically, essentially identical to Tombows. They're lovely. The whole marker layout or design is essentially Tombow. You have the same fine tip or felt nib, and you have this really nice brush, and the brush is wonderful. Yeah. So I will take that one. They might be too dark. I'm gonna try how dark I want to go. Yeah, these two are my best bets, I think. Okay. Picked one already, what I'm drawn to, the smallest, ugliest one. He just sits and looks at me. Aww. Hour later, Annika is still stacking pens and markers. They are different pens and markers though, okay? You gotta admit that things have improved a little bit. Oh, okay. So let's see how this one. That's the slightly lighter one. So, yeah, I don't think I can go much darker than that. I just want to make them into almost silhouettes. This is a really good paper, but funny enough, it's not a huge friend of water-based markers. They tend to streak here more so than on some other papers, but otherwise this paper is amazing. YouTube has officially gone nuts, says Lucy. Now the art supply show. You guys are keeping her up too late. It's okay, Annika. You may sleep. It should be almost morning though, right? No, it's 1 in the morning. So, well, I would consider 1 o'clock in the morning. An hour past midnight, essentially. 1:19, okay, what, not 1. But... Should I try to make some of them slightly lighter? Possibly. Let's see if I can. They're just easier to do with the marker than actually try to deal with them in a brush, because they are quite small and tight, some of them, with a fair bit of detail. So, just to keep my life a bit easier, I'm not going in there with the brush and watercolor. Water-based marker is fine. Atlanta Momo is my first cat, and I told them my first kitten ever. Aww. Oh, nice. Dum dum dum. Do I have anything lighter? I think I do. This one should be definitely lighter. But I want to... No. This is just more bluish undertone or purplish undertone. I need something lighter. I'm sure there was one that was slightly lighter. Yeah, that's quite light. Let's see how this one works. Yeah, that's better. So I'm making them in two different colors. Some really dark and some I can layer a little bit darker. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Joke. All right, now I'm getting mixed up which one I actually used. Okay. Good job, Annika. Good job. Okay, these ones in the distance are definitely going to be dark. Just making them pretty. They're actually hard to get even with the fairly fine tip of the brush. The detail in them is quite delicate. I really like that Kirby book, The Fragile World. My favorite, I think, would be The Mythic World, as far as art goes. Yeah, I'd need to pull in some extra feathers with a dark pencil. It kind of became a bit too blobby, and the detail got lost. Oh well. Oh, good night, Char. YouTube is definitely glitching. I can't switch to live chat of top chat. Huh. I think it has those moments pretty often. It just happens on your luck, but essentially, if you get caught in them or not. But I'm pretty sure on my side it should be fine, so yeah, it must be YouTube in this instance. Okie doke, I'm going to make you dark. There we go. And now I'm doing these with slightly lighter grays. Yeah, I think that works for me just fine. Here on the creek, it's 8:25 p.m. Oh, nice. The place you live sounds so lovely, Jana. Just... Yep. Pouring it all down there. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm actually curious, is it going through? No, everything is fine. Yeah. This is a really good paper. This is one of these papers that I wish most of coloring books would be on something like that. It's a really good paper. It takes water exceptionally well. It also has a bit of a tooth, so it takes pencil all right. It's the paper that Marabout, the French publisher, they publish Melpomene, Chatsibanagoto, and Kirby, and multiple other ones. And they have really nice paper. Okie doke. I think we have... Oh, there's more birds here. I almost missed them. Ouch. Yeah, no, you do love where you live. Yeah, you are very lucky. And I found it looks different as a moderator. Atlanta, wait, they still have the same paper? They all have the same paper. You mean the Marabout ones? If they're published by Marabout in France, then they usually have really nice paper. Those kind of a big, that format. Coloring books that Marabout publisher Marabout puts out in France. These ones should... Well, I don't know if they still have, like, I can't really speak of recent books because I haven't really bought many very recent books from them. But they are definitely really lovely. All the Kirby books they have published have fantastic paper from what I know. And I'm so tempted. I do have the Mythic World, but on Amazon Ireland at the moment, the Marabout version of Mythic World is, I think it was less than 10 euros, and I'm so tempted because I like that paper so much. But at the same time, I'm already colored and I have several WIPs in my existing Mythic world, so I don't really, I kind of want to, but I don't want to get a new one. Let's put it that way. Oh, Marabu, I thought you said Lomart. Oh no. That is 90% of the Marabu books have the same paper and they're great. Yeah, they're just fantastic. Yeah, no, I have a huge deck of the living room and a smaller deck down by the water feature, which was waterfall. It has swing chairs. That just sounds too good to be true. I carried over 1,000 pounds of Greek rock by hand the back of the house for the water feature. Not doing that again. But yeah, neither would I, but it does now. This does sound wonderful, the result. If I can order anything from Marabou, that is what I'm getting. Yeah. Atlanta, I don't think I have single Marabou or French books. French books in general tend to have pretty decent paper, but I particularly like Marabou paper because it is lovely and thick, and it also accepts the water pretty well, and the watercolor doesn't, you know, sometimes the paper can be pretty thick, but the watercolor still kind of sinks in and doesn't really spread very well. On this paper, the watercolor spreads pretty okay. So I really like that specific one. Okay, so pencils it is, and I think I'm going to move on. There's so many pages here that are actually kind of calling to me. I like this page a lot. Okay, let's do some pencils on the Oliphant. I'm gonna put the markers away. Lucy, Annika, I bit the bullet and got a new one. Really? Oh, you're now tempting me as well, because I've been glaring. I actually put it in my basket and I've been glaring at it for a while now. It's like, I want it. And I don't have any extra delivery costs for some reason for that one either. It would just be like regular Amazon book coming to me. It would work out super cheap. And the only thing stopping me at the moment is the fact that I do already have that book, that specific book, the English version. Sorry. I breathed in some water. Yeah, now I think I have about 8 books in Marabou. I don't want to get every single book that they publish, because some art just isn't my thing. So there's no point getting a book that you otherwise wouldn't get just because of the paper. Although I can be tempted, let's be honest. I'm sorry now. This is very annoying, I understand, for you, but yeah, I managed to somehow try to drown myself. This is quite dark. These are some hanging brute funers that I just have a tub of. Sorry. I just have some weird leftover pencils that I try to use up. Sorry. I apologize. That cannot be pleasant to hear. Whew. Let me see. I'm going to have another sip of drink. That sometimes helps. Anna, can I move in with you? We should go to all visit Tiana's. The new Paula Brun is 300 GSM. Wow. and bound so the pages lay flat. I might even get that one. I shop on thrift books and Amazon and Book Outlet. That is so annoying. So sorry. We all have almost drowned ourselves with water, even our own spit. Oh. I have one Melpomene book from Marabou, which I still haven't colored in. Then I have this one. Which color did I now grab? Am I doing it with... Yeah, I was wondering. It's pink. I thought I had this one in my hand. I was coloring here with the purple. It's like, this doesn't look right. Okay, and this leather brown also will work as a bit of a transition. I thought I had one darker brown also. No, that's red purple. This is not how I usually keep pencils. These are the pencils I genuinely just try to either get rid of or use up. This is a woomer. Why is a woomer here? I have accidentally put a woomer in there. Those are the pencils I really, 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 really love. Okay, we have leather brown and we have carafe. Whenever I accidentally breathe my water, I have to cough hard on purpose for like 3 minutes, and then I have to pee. I start crying. That's what the blowing the nose was about, as I just got teary from the coughing. Annika, it is beyond lovely. Oh. From time to time, the Cinderella and the Hansel and Gretel are available for sale on the US eBay website. For Fabiana Altanasio books, Brittany. Okay. That can be useful. It's just they are really good price. On Amazon Spain, I've heard. I actually got mine on Amazon France, and occasionally they are still up there, and for the same really low price. I think they're like $5.90 or something like this on Amazon France. If they have a stock. I haven't now checked lately, but they are amazing. So I'm deepening the shadows and smoothing out, the transitions. I'm making them a little bit smoother, because at the moment they are very harsh, which I wanted. I wanted to have this strong sunshine, which throws sharp shadows on the rocks and on the elephant also. Still coughing. Wow. This is not giving up. These are the brute fooners that I absolutely detest. I can only ever use them on top of something like this, which is several layers of watercolor, which has good tooth, and always on there and pretty much in one layer, because they just don't layer. They're like maximum 2 layers, and even 2 is sometimes pushing it. Pencils. They are not my favorites, as you might understand. For that reason. I don't feel so bad about my consumerism. Yeah, no, I ordered a Marabou from Lyrica. Yeah. I think they have now, I think they didn't used to, they now have a minimum order, I think, which isn't super high or anything. But the shipping, from what I remember, is free and it's worldwide. So, yeah, I've ordered from Lyrica, but in my corner of the wood here, it pays to also keep an eye on your regular Amazon, because as I said, at the moment, Kirby, the Mythic World French version, is available just on my regular everyday Amazon. I don't have to go to Amazon France. It's available on Amazon IE, and it's available for a very cheap price, and I don't have to pay extra shipping. So yeah, that's why I'm so tempted, because I know that the paper quality is just so much better, and it would inspire me to color in it more, because I do love that paper. But at the same time, I've already done, there's 2 finished pages, I think, in the Mythic World. Plus, I've done there's like quite a lot of WIPs there. So, will I just dismiss them? Lulumeo French books, yes, they have better paper. Although the last book they published, the Dragon one, I think. Was Dragon one the last one? That the English version also had nice paper. It didn't break into those nasty dots anymore with water materials. I was very, very impressed. I was quite happy with the new version. In all the fairness, it seems that they're now using the same paper in Lulumeo's UK publications than they're using possibly in US ones, because the paper sounds very similar. That it takes water materials pretty well and water-based markers and such, but it doesn't really like pencil on its own at all. It kind of just glides. It's so smooth that you're struggling with a pencil. So, but for the way I work, those new versions work really well. Should I put some black in there as well? I kind of want to deepen those shadows. Okay, I have Prisma black here of all the blacks. Just adding some extra darkness here behind the bushes. And yes, it is all totally okay to put black into your layers or deepest shadows. Okay. You'll see, but they're available on Amazon too, Amazon Canada and Amazon France at Marabou too. Oh, really? Emma, I wasn't happy with the background on my page, so I'm coloring over it with a thick black Sharpie I found. I actually have done that as well. If I messed up the background, then black background is the easiest way to go then. Just make a black background. I've done that several times. I give up on the background that I don't like how it's going. Now, I think that's how the rocky parts are going to be. I've added to them, I made them probably more golden than I initially planned to, but hey, they're okay. I'm trying to not totally kill the watercolor effect as well, the slight looseness that I have going on here. And those sharp highlights and stuff, like I want to let them to be. Let me see. The one I nearly chewed thinking it was a pizza crust. Yeah, no, it's free shipping if you get over 15 euro in goods. And that's not that much, you know. Often that could be just one bloody coloring book. Lyric has minimum of 80 euros, I think, for free shipping. I think it depends where you are ordering to, because I don't remember it being that high. I think it was something like 30 or 40 in this region anyway, possibly. I don't know. Yeah, it might be, because I don't remember it being 80 euros. 80 direct from me is minimum $150. Yeah, that's a lot of books. Let's put it that way. And Lucy, Annika, what is the dragon version of your book? Dragon version of my book? What do you mean? I didn't get the question, sorry. Cindy, I get a lot of my books from either Amazon Germany or UK, but ordered through Amazon Australia. Or you can do that. One dragon. Oh, the dragon version. Let me see. I have this one, the dragon version, and I'm very happy with the paper here. Not for if you are a person who just colors with pencils, then this paper actually can be a bit of a challenge because it's so smooth that pencils can be problematic. Let me see if I can find any information here. So this one is, where is it printed? Printed in China. And I know that previously also the UK books were printed someplace else, but the US ones are printed in China. And now this one, the UK one, is printed in China as well. So I like the paper in that one, but it is very smooth. But it takes water pretty well. And it also moves the water on it and everything. And here, I got my American relatives yesterday when they came. They brought me this little watercolor palette. It's really cute. And they also brought me a coloring book, which was very cute. It was more of a watercolor practice book, kind of like your first steps in watercolor. So they got me that one. You know, they knew that I was into arts, so they got me something artsy. And this garden watercolor workbook, which probably I was actually saying that Ola should take that one, because you know she always says that she's not very at home with watercolor, and that could be a good practice book for her. It would be a tiny bit basic for me, but the paper is really good. It does, well, it's hard to tell when you haven't actually put water into it, but it kind of does feel like actually watercolor paper. A very hot press though, if it is a watercolor paper, not cold press, which I usually prefer. So yeah, and these pretty decent little watercolors, really cute little palette. I like the size of it. It's kind of handy to just grab and stick. Oh, kind of grab with you and go someplace. Okay, so where was I? One dragon in the Lula Maya book kind of looks like Donald Trump. Okay, I didn't notice that. When was your Dragons book? Where was it's published in Great Britain, it says, but printed in China. There's, it's two different things, obviously. But it's first published in Great Britain, 2026, by Michael O'Mara Books Limited. So, it's British, but printed in China. So, Michael O'Mara Books. And yeah, I like the paper. And I didn't even know that the paper was better in that one. That was a very positive surprise. I usually don't get Lulu books, especially the UK ones, because I don't really like the paper much. But it was Dragons, okay? And I was like, yeah, I need to get that because it's Dragons. And I picked it up. And then I discovered that, oh, the paper is nice. It's different from the previous UK versions. So it was a pleasant surprise. It was not planned. I didn't hear about it from anybody else or anything. I just decided to pick it up because it's one of my favorite subject matters, obviously. Dragon book. How could I pass it? Annika, did you try the zigs and water markers on Lolomea books? I did try water-based markers, and they move pretty well there. I didn't try to dissolve them on the paper. Can do that. Like, that would be interesting, actually, to try out. Which page do I feel okay sacrificing? What's behind that one? No, I actually like that page. I need to find something that I'm okay with ruining. I can just do one of the first pages here. Yeah, I don't really mind, because I rarely ever do that. So, let's see. I can do the water-based markers, and I can do the zigs as well. So I'm grabbing a random bunch of Crayolas and putting down a quick base onto one of the, maybe this one. So you see the water-based marker moves really nice and smooth. It doesn't streak very easily. I can go over. It does give a little bit of a dot though. If I can lift it closer to you, you can see then. Once I've done the whole dragon, because now that I've committed to it, I should really do the whole dragon. But it's subtle enough dot that if I just go in with pencils afterwards, I can work around it and cover it up. But it goes down really smoothly, and it doesn't immediately sink into the paper. So you can see here there's those tiny little dots that come up, but those are totally coverable with pencil, which I would go on with anyway. Which, weirdly enough, in UK previous paper, I didn't get those dots with water-based marker, but I did get them with watercolor. So it's like, you can never win. I get most of my books from Vinted now. On another topic, I got a pair of stunning Peter Stone horse models for 15 each. Okay. Not that I know anything about it, but if they're cool, good for you. If they work on the Million Dragons UK version, I might buy this. Colouring stream isn't a distraction, an unrelated phone call with friend is. I don't talk when I'm coloring either. I can get very snappy. I don't usually chat too much when I'm coloring either. I do. I'm fine with listening to something or someone, but I'm not very chatty when I'm coloring. No. I love having audiobook on. This would be one of my main things. I'm grabbing one of the zigs as well. Since you asked me about zigs, what color? We can grab. Yeah. I'm just taking one color. I'm taking yellow. Random yellow. And we might do you here. Oh yeah, it goes down really smooth and it doesn't streak. Like I expect that if you let it sit for long enough, it would eventually streak. But if you work reasonably fast, it doesn't seem to streak much. But yeah, with a dye-based product like this, you will get some little dots. But those little dots are easy to take out. It's there you see. You know how smoothly it went down, but you do get those tiny dots. So now you know. Okie doke. Brittany Woomer is coming up with 17 new colors to make their color pencil line to be total 150 colors. Yeah, I heard about that some weeks ago, actually. And they say it's coming out in August. On the website, when I saw them first, it says that they're sold out. You know, there's also going to be set. I want the set of 17. And on the website, it's marked as sold out. And I actually wrote them and asked, you know, are they all sold out or are they only sold out regionally, you know, because I would like to buy them. And they said no, they're only coming out. They didn't really say anything about that. The answer was kind of a bit vague in that sense, but they essentially said they're only coming out in August. So I don't really think it's actually sold out. I think it's just there as a marker type of a thing. It's not actually sold out. It's just a listing that is there before the goods are in stock. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I got this feeling. I really want those 17 new colors because I love my Woomers. My Woomers are actually getting like aggressively shorter because yeah, I've used them so much, especially during last months now. I think last month in June coloring, I have a feeling that pretty much every single one of my pages had Woomers, at least on it. At least part of it was done with Woomers. And I do understand that there are also quite a fair few people who dislike them, which is absolutely fine. But I happen to be in the camp and I love Woomers. Atlanta, and I think different brains work differently. I'm sure it would be different if I were talking to a coloring brain about coloring. Some people need the phone or the TV or the radio. I don't. Yes, audiobooks, yeah. Podcasts occasionally as well, but I only really tend to listen to podcasts which are like factoid or fun. Like there's no such thing as a fish and that style of a podcast. Which often for me needs a little bit more attention. I find them really nice if I'm driving, because I'm more concentrating than to actually listening sometimes. Okay, so podcasts often would, well, most of the time on the driving also I have audiobook, but if I listen to podcasts, I tend to more so listen to them in the car, or used to. I don't really drive that much anymore nowadays because, as I said, I'm working from home now, so there's only, certain chores you go out to do with a car. So that driving is a little bit more irregular. And at the moment, my car seems to be more in Killian's hands because he needs to drive for his job a fair bit. Like, he needs to be in several places during the day. Lucy, how would you describe the Woomers? Has anyone got the new Polychromos colors yet? No. And I won't get them before the price goes down maybe a little bit, because at the moment I think they are kind of leaning on that, they're just available now, the hype of getting my hands onto them as soon as possible, and the price is pretty darn high for only 20 pencils. So I would like to wait a little bit, and maybe it'll go down a bit because I don't feel like paying that amount of money. So there. Okay, so I need to create the same type of a color scheme to those stairs as well, and those like blocks or handrails here. But Woomers are creamy and soft, and they blend really well. They are not as smushable like Prismas, but they are smushable. They are, you can layer with them, but they are really fun blending pencil. They're not too soft, not too hard type of a quite pigmented. You don't have to work very hard to get the pigment payout. They are not a dry pencil, let's put it that way. Soft and creamy. Cindy, I love my Woomers. I like soft pencils though, yeah. Atlanta, me too, Cindy. I went from Prisma to Chromaflow and now Woomers. If there's no such thing as a fish, what did I eat with my chips last week? I don't know, not fish. Because there's no such thing. They actually explain why there's no thing. It's a really cool podcast, though. They have years and years, like loads of episodes. And it's one of my hubby's favorite podcasts. Like, he always listens to that during his walks. It's genuinely fantastic. They're funny, and there's loads of interesting facts, and you always learn something fun from there while also being very much entertained. So it's just my sort of a podcast. I also listen to some fun kind of a literature or, reading based or themed podcasts, but not like, very regularly, very weekly. It's, when I feel like listening to something like that. Lucy Heineke, how much are the new polys going for your neck of the woods? I think there was something like £67 in the only place I was able to see them or get them. Or was it even more? Because that was without shipping anyway. The shipping would have been on top of it. And I was like, meh, I'll wait a little bit. But of course, I do want to get them. But I don't really want to pay for them through the nose. Let's put it that way. Just putting some extra shadows. I'm trying to somehow do the transition that there's still rocks here and here. It's kind of transitioning into more of a duller elephant color. I don't know how well or how good I'm going to be able to cope with it, but Donna, I pre-ordered the new polys, but they're part of my Christmas present. So even if they show up in August or September, I can't or won't touch them until Christmas. Aw, you have quite willpower there. I don't think I'd be able for that. Emma, I think I'll get the new polys. Open stock 45 is a lot of money for pencils I don't use much. I'm enjoying the Crayola Clicks pencils when I'm outside with Momo. They are pretty sturdy. Donna Lucy, it's going to be hard not to open them. Oh, you're gonna get the 72 set of drawings as well. They are wonderful. Emma, I used to listen to the Simon Mayo and Mark Kermode film podcast. They're very funny. The Archers. Oh, okay. On cult pens plus shipping, they will cost me the same as a regular 24 set of polychroma, so I found it reasonable. Okay. Still thinking of an unknown creature I had last week. Ew. Ew. We don't need to think about it. Yeah, I'm putting some warmth into these stones here. Ouch. I went over the dark area, which I needed to be dark, so I'm putting in some black there. Yeah, I'll have to look around again. But to be honest, at this stage, at the moment, I'm kind of even more interested in the warmer new pencils than polychromos. Which I've actually neglected my polychromos lately. I should get back into them. There was quite a long period when I used them a lot, and loads of pages. It was all about polychromos. And then I tend to be like that I have certain pencil cases out, and then I'm using mostly always when I'm grabbing pencils, I'm using the ones that are closest to me or out from the storage area that I have in this room. That is kind of like boxes, almost like those textile, those square shelves, IKEA style. Yeah, you can get those canvas like cubes for storage, like drawers into them. So I have some of my pencils in these drawers and some kind of on top of my shelves, which I can just grab. So I switch them out regularly, so I wouldn't just end up using only the one pencils that are out. So occasionally, they kind of, so they wouldn't circulate a bit. And I haven't circulated polychromos for a while. I should really pull them out and have them in circulation again, because I haven't used them for a while. I do like them. Like, are they one of my favorite pencils? I can't really say that. Funny enough, some of my favorites are not amongst some of the most expensive or popular pencils. Like, I do love my Faber-Castell Black Editions or Super Softs. I even like the Super Softs better, to be honest. The not fish. So long as it wasn't a squashed frog, then I'm okay. Oh, Annika, you've been often using Black Editions on your latest vids. Yeah, but I use Black Editions generally a lot. It's not just in the vids. Oh, I've been using last month's, not just, the last month, but last several months. Actually, since end of last year, I've been regularly using them a lot. They are one of those pencils that are almost always out. I just like them for certain type of work so much. And I like the quality and the value. It would be even cooler if they were available open stock, but hey, it is what it is. I also like their colors a lot. Okay, those rocks are mostly done, and I'm warming these ones up slightly more. The ones underneath here. There we go. All right. That should be done. Don't know if I can get you a little bit closer. That's probably a little bit better. Lucy, I can't name a favorite pencil. I like them all. From my budget Faber-Castell Black Box, Classic Box to my beloved Holbeins, I love them all. Cindy, you love Colleen pencils. Yeah, they're very silky, aren't they? Very smooth, soft pencil. I can't really say, yeah. I do love Derwents. I am a huge fan of anything Derwent, pencil-wise, okay? Not necessarily watercolors always or stuff like that, but I do love pretty much all of the pencils that I have tried. I have not tried every single one of them. Like, I haven't tried the artist pencils. And I had opportunity to get them for a very good price, but I was like, nope. I have quite enough. Okay, I need to do those tree trunks. Just add them extra bit of shadow. The distant ones, otherwise they get totally lost in that foliage, so I'm adding a bit of darker color. Atlanta, I like to rotate through my sets as I work through my pages, yeah. Oh, Colleen has the best double-sided pencils ever. Great for on the go and just smooth as regular Colleen's. Yeah, they're beautiful. I don't have the double-sided ones. I have the regular set, but I kind of want the double-sided set. I am still curious about Holbein's, but they're just not in my budget at the moment. So I'd say I'm going to remain curious for a while. They do sound like they're lovely, though. Okay, what time is it? Oh, I should finish up soon. It's getting quite late. I was kind of wondering why the house was so quiet, but then I remembered that Killian went to his friend's birthday, so he's not shouting in the room next door playing video games. Which, if you're used to something working certain way, it's like, what's wrong? Why is it so weirdly quiet? Because usually he would be playing with his online friends on Saturday nights. Different artists are supposed to be quite hard. They're supposed to be harder than pro colors. And I find pro color a hard pencil. Not that I have anything against hard pencil. I actually, it depends on what you are doing. For many jobs, hard pencils are way better. I like my hard pencils. By the way, I don't consider polychromas particularly hard. I don't think they're hard. In my head, I don't classify them as very hard pencil. I think they go down quite easily, give out loads of pigment. They're just more of a and you can actually kind of smush them if you learn the ropes. If you don't feel like layering, it is possible. If you do it right, to kind of smush them, like something which is similar to smushing. Emma, I have 24 set of Derwent. Yeah, they're probably, but from what I heard, they are one of those pencils that I meant for really thin layers, kind of endless layering. So you build and build and build, and they are not going to be bullied. They're not going to go down as a mass stone, even with a hard pressure. They are just hard pencil that needs to be built. And you do get to really dark, deep tones. It just needs to happen slowly. And it does need to have a decent paper. So I don't think artist pencils, that's one of the reasons I kind of decided against them also, is they just didn't sound like they would be great in pretty much any coloring book. Because there are very few coloring books that actually would have that sort of a tooth and quality of paper that these pencils seem to want. Lucy, Derwent art is inconsistent. They are hard, but some are harder and drier than others, and some are more smooth. Okay. Like I said, I haven't really tried them, so I can't say anything. I'm saying what I have heard. Emma, you have to use a lot of layering. Yes, with Derwent artists. Jan, I have the Rogitans and they are quite hard, but I like them on certain papers. And they do need to layer. Yeah, I like Rogitans as well. I do have Rogitans and I genuinely do like them a lot. They, for example, are fantastic on Amazon paper. I just love them on Amazon paper or anything that has a bit of a tooth on it. They just work wonderfully. They also have very unique and super gorgeous palette, but they are definitely, you build them, you layer them. You wouldn't be able to smush them even if you really tried, or however skilled you are. You can't do that with Erogitans. Just the way you can't really smush pro colors, but you can kind of smush polychromos. So in my head, polychromos isn't really a very hard pencil. So that's my 2 cents for you. Cindy, I have no patience. I'm a smoosher. Lucy, I like to have an artist for paper like Bristol Smooth or Bristol Vellum. Okay. Vanta, I have the Erogitans too. I haven't really broken them in. I think hard pencils require more skill or patience. Possibly, but at the same time, because you're building them softly and slowly, mistakes are actually easier to cover up. You know, it's easier to recover if you build slowly. If you know what if I'm trying to say, I'm probably not expressing myself very well. So I actually find them in some ways easier to work with, but they are slow, and I think they give a really beautiful, soft, subtle skin. Which is like softly built up. It looks really cute. Do I have like very delicate skin? Let me see if I can find that. Ow. I have this book that was actually not a good book for Erogitans in theory because it has fairly smooth paper. I think it's more meant for alcohol marker coloring. And this really, really, really light skin here. I don't know if I can get you close enough. That's Erogitans. And I think you get such a subtle, soft effect with it. And that's from the white of the paper. I don't think I had any, I worked from the white of the paper. So you get this really, really soft skin. And it was really lovely to do with the Erogitans. You just slowly and softly worked it into what you want it to be. I don't remember what I used here with pencil. This is also Erogitans, that rose here. Also just softly working. There was no base for it. And this one, I don't also remember which pencils I used here. I genuinely don't. I know that there were Prismas involved here in there, so I need to get it really dark. I don't remember what other pencils are. But there's a lot of alcohol marker here, I know that. So that. I like layering the soft pencils. Yeah, you can layer with soft pencils as well. That's not, I like, Atlanta, you like moving pigment around paper like ChromaFlow. But you're coming from acrylic painting, yeah. You get plenty of time to fix and change things. Yes. You just take your time and... But Atlanta, it makes sense, yeah. Polychromos are so much more forgiving than Erogitans. I don't know, maybe they are more forgiving in a sense that they will work, they're more universal, they will work well on most papers, whereas Erogitans can be picky. But yeah, At the same time, I do think that they give beautiful results. So, these are cute. I need to go back to that book again. I kind of have forgotten about it or neglected it a bit. Maybe it's because I sometimes find that style of a face a bit difficult as well to color for some reason. But yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I have Erogitans, says Cindy. I found out the other day they are based on a Japanese color wheel, and the colors make perfect sense though. Yeah. Beautiful colors. I'm kind of scared of my light fast. I'm saving them for drawing. Oh, these would be, I'd say, if I have to say, not your favorite pencil. If you put like gun to my head and you have to call one of them your favorite, I'd say it would be the Lightfasts. Oh, I genuinely love them to bits. They are kind of ideal pencil for me. They're very pigmented. They have really, really deep darks. They have color palette that suits me very, very well. They lay down for me absolutely perfectly. They are not too soft. They are not too hard. They are soft pencil. I find them a soft pencil. But they are also a layering pencil. But they are a layering pencil that you can also smush. It's a bit like warmer, but like so much higher up. The quality of the pigmentation is just amazing. Donna loved the moonlight glow on her face on that page. Yeah, the base was done with alcohol markers. Auntie Gorgeous, it looks like paint. Oh, you mean the Origins on that one? Okay. I actually love smooth paper for hard pencils because they get such soft look. Yeah, that's where that soft look was coming from. It's a smooth paper and then very hard pencils, and you get this almost glowing, almost transparent skin, which I really love. And there's like nothing else in here. It's just pencils. There's not even gel pens. I think there's gel pens in the eye and a little bit on the lip. Everything else is just Erogitons. And it just went so lovely. I remember the process of working. It was so relaxing. Jana, what did Jana say? Jana, light pastels are so amazing. They are definitely layering pencil. Yeah, but you can smush them, you see. I have smushed them. They're so pigmented and they put so much down that you can actually, even with it being layering pencil, you can do smushing if you want to. Oh, hi. Hi, Desert Nails. How are you? Light fast are almost like using oil paint. Yes. You can create new color in beautiful depths. Yes, they are just, they're luxurious experience. To me, anyway. I prefer their texture strongly to luminance, which I know is a lot of people's huge favorite and kind of like a holy grail pencil. And whereas I do acknowledge that they are high quality pencils and I always get a good result with them, but I so prefer light fast texture and laydown. So they're both, they do work very well together though, I have to say that. As far as colors go and blending and everything, they do work well together. They intensify so beautifully with the blender pencils. Yeah. Yeah, no, they are one pencil with the highest light fast rating under museum conditions. The color remains 100 years. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if they are the highest or is they might be. Yeah, now luminance is quite light fast as well. I think they're comparable in that sense. But yeah, I'm definitely, between these two, I'm more of a light fast fan. I also love the fact that they have so many, and I mean so many, really deep darks. Yes, you can smooch Derwent Lightfast on Polychroma style. Yeah, yeah. Not Prisma style, but you can smoosh them. I have very few luminance, and I only have them because they are colors that complement Derwent Lightfast. Yeah, and I use them in my Paula Brown and Linda Ravenscroft books. I don't have any of Linda Ravenscroft books. She has pretty strong grayscale, doesn't she? I remember looking at her art and thinking this is really cool, but if I'm thinking about the correct person now, but the grayscale was just too heavy for me. But gorgeous art. Okay. Okie doke. Now I need to keep, because the surface it has about 3 or 4 layers of watercolor here, which means it really grabs the pencil. So pencils go super fast. Which is one of the reasons I'm using some super cheap brute force pencils here at the moment, because it just eats down the pencils as it is at the moment. On check, and I wish they had different name too. For me, it's neat that they're light fast, but that's not at all why I'm collecting them. Yeah, to be honest, I don't really care if pencils light fast or not, because none of my works usually see the light to start with. So whether they're light fast or not doesn't really matter to me. But I love them as pencils, regardless of the light fastness. Which makes my life a lot easier in that sense that there are pencil sets out there that people are saying, oh, they are beautiful and they're lovely, but the light fast ratings just aren't there. And I just don't care. Like, there's a lot of complaints about even Prisma light fastness and such. And I just, couldn't care less, to be honest, how light fast they are. Yes, but it can be lightened with an eraser. Oh, okay. Just diffusing some of the edges, taking some further down. I pretty much did the majority of shadowing and laying down the shadow map. I call it laying down the shadow map. I did that with watercolors. So in that sense, it's kind of easy, just softening and working things over and making them look a bit neater. I learned how to draw fairies from Linda Ravenscroft. Okay. She has a really great fairy book where she teaches you how to create fairies in different mediums. Didn't know that. I always kind of wondered about light fastness because my coloring is at poor crafters level. However, I live in a hot desert with blasting sunshine and a heat which degrades pretty much everything. But unless you actually have, if you plan to hang them on your wall, then I can say that, yeah, you are worried about the light fastness. But if you just plan to color them in your coloring book and then close the coloring book, then it doesn't really matter if they're light fast or not. I don't think so anyway. I'm very little bothered about light fastness, let's put it that way. That's not a factor I'm looking at all in my pencils. I don't do artworks with them that I need to be sure if I, somebody's commissioning, or if I'm selling an artwork and it arrives to them and they put it on the wall, and then in 4 months' time all the colors are gone. That's why light fastness is important for artists. But I don't do that. I don't have exhibitions. I don't sell my artwork. So I'm fine. Yeah, and I have all her books, and they are amongst my most cherished. I've seen them. Whose channel did I see them? Zucchini Kitty, I think, had them. And she did some awesome work in there as well. I think she did it with inks, and it looked just amazing. And I've admired the artwork so much, and from what I understand, the quality of the book itself is also fantastic. But they just were a bit too dark for me for coloring. Like, I can admire them as a non-biased viewer, but I think I would struggle actually coloring them. Atlanta, yes, that's actually when I started learning how to use alcohol markers to draw with, and I was creating fairy art. Okay, my dad got me Prismacolor landscape alcohol marker set. Millie, I have 30-year-old sketchbooks I used Prisma in, and they still look fine. I don't think light fastness matters most of hobby purposes. Exactly, like... I'm not going to put it on the wall. And even if you... there's also such thing as, the like glass with UV protection and stuff like that, which is another way that can be helped. But yeah, as I said, it's really a non-issue for me. Okay, I think it looks a little bit better. I'm coloring out of shot. That's super helpful. Yeah, no, Annika, when you have time, I have all my pages on Instagram, and all the Ravenscroft pages are there. I will genuinely. But my problem is that by tomorrow morning I probably have forgotten again. I would love to check them out. I'm very curious how you deal with them. But I'd say nowadays those books would be very hard to find to start with. I don't think they are easy now. I'm not sure she even sells them anymore on the website. I think they were on her website. She was selling them. No, I'm not sure I would be able to get them even if I wanted to. But yeah, they are beautiful. The art is beautiful. Oh, people, I need to start packing the bags here. It's getting very late here, and I better get to bed eventually. Let me get you into the bigger shot. Yeah. So you can see a bit of the mess I have here on my desk. Things are a bit haphazard. I'm dropping that. Yeah, no, I think she still sells them. Oh, does she? Thank you very much for joining me, my wonderful, wonderful friends. I'm always looking forward to these Chaturdays. It's just a great thing to know during the week that I have this time with you people, and we can talk about anything and everything, and just have good time, share opinions, share thoughts, just share time. Now I finally was able to have a drink without drowning myself, so yay! Yeah, big hugs to everybody. And thank you so much for sharing. Oh, thank you, Jana. Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. I really hope that everybody had good time. Nobody was sad or lonely or annoyed about anything. Yeah, just big hugs to everybody. And stay cool, stay happy, stay strong, as you all are. Stay safe. And yeah, be your best selves. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. And I have another nap. Yeah, I sincerely hope that everybody will have a lovely week. Okay? And big hugs and bye. And hopefully we'll see at least with some of you next weekend again in my next live stream. So when I'm probably going to be doing the last touches to some WIPs, I betcha. Okay. So bye. Have a good day or night or whatever the time is in your corner of your world. Bye.